Hey, wait a minute. Viewer, welcome to the stream. Here we are. It's always such a pleasure. Remember when you tried to get me demonetized very many times? Oh, hello, Stream Elements. How delightful to see you. Thank you for joining us. I should probably post to the Discord and shit. Hi, Beans. I miss doing, you know what I might actually do? Hi, Satellite Siren. You know what I might actually do is go back to the bit I used to do where I wouldn't announce stream when I started stream and wait to see who showed up first without my actually announcing it anywhere. That was a good bit, and I stopped doing it because I thought that it probably negatively impacted my average viewership, and I guess it probably did, but that was very funny to me. This morning, I was to have a therapy appointment. Teen Girl Squad. Oh yeah, in the game. Right. I was like, I'm not a teen anymore. And I wasn't a girl. This morning I had what was to be, or so I thought, a therapy appointment. Turns out it was not even an intake for therapy. It was just an appointment with a person at my clinic who can point people towards people who can point them towards an actual therapist who could see them regularly. So it was not what I thought it was. And I still had to go through all of the emotional ruckus of explaining all my problems to someone, but I did not actually receive therapy in return, only various referrals, links, and phone numbers. Bremy, I didn't even know what it was gonna be. I didn't even know. All right, I didn't know what it was gonna be. I didn't know. And my beautiful girlfriend Barry, hi cute Barry, had told me that after therapy I should get myself a treat somewhere in the city, as a little reward. Go somewhere nice for lunch. But since I was deprived of therapy, what I did instead was make a dentist's appointment, go to the gym for a full upper body day after I did a full lower body day already yesterday, and then get pizza shortly before stream. It was okay. I am not as wiped as I thought I might be, doing gym 2 days in a row. I noticed that I don't actually get as wiped as once I did. Like when I first started going to the gym with Cassie and I'd get back and be like, "Ugh," and I couldn't move my legs. That doesn't really happen to me now, even though I continue to go up in weight and or reps. I think I'm just harder to exhaust, for better or for worse. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm fine. But I hadn't done very much makeup at that point in the day because I thought I was going to a therapy appointment. Excuse me. And I was envisioning myself maybe like grinding the butt of my hand into my eye sockets or fucking up my hair, with distress as I recounted all my various problems. So I didn't want to do myself up too nice. But then I wasn't done up nice. And I enjoyed being at the gym much less and I was wearing this, which is a fine outfit. It's greener than it looks on stream. You guys can't tell how green it might be because of the fucking chroma key, which I should have realized before I went live, but whatever. Very good, Cord winner. What was I talking about? Yeah, I was not done up, and there were various other women there who were done up pretty cutely, and I wasn't, and it didn't necessarily feel great. So I think that probably from now on, I will only go to the gym when I am done up nice. What I should treat myself to is some more laser hair removal so that my legs are very smooth for the gym and eventually the beach, as I will probably be going there at the beginning of July with my dear friend Ellen. So that'll wet. Bram, thank you so much for the treat for Tess. I will have a candy at this time. Anyway, I'm excited to play Ace Attorney Investigations today. I took a number of cute selfies to promote the stream, which definitely made me feel better about myself after having been to the gym. Without exaggeration, it was the first time I have visited the gym not wearing false lashes. And no, it didn't feel so good. Also, I've now hit the point where I'm not getting my full count of reps in during each of my sets for my work, which is good because the entire point is to like max out what your body is capable of doing at each level of weight. And then next time it's like, oh, I could only do 8 of these 30-pound bicep curls last time. What if this time I can do 10 or 12 or the full 15? But it's a little disheartening that there is a point at which your body will just stop letting you move it. It's like, yes, the bicep curl. I know how to do this. And you like raise your hands to this point, and eventually you just can't raise your hands that high anymore. Your body just won't do it anymore. Same with the lat raises that I do on my leg days with the hand weights. It's like, yeah, eventually your body just will not let you raise your arms to a horizontal position. Eventually you're like, "Ugh," and that's when you gotta stop. Hi ZJ, how's it going? But that was sad. I only did about as well at the bicep curls as I did last time I did an upper body day. But I did better at everything else, so that's good enough. The bicep curls are fucking evil. Those are like one of the worst. I don't do that many workouts. I don't do that many exercises that actually where I lose the ability to move my arm over the course of time. It's really just the lat raises and the bicep curls. I don't have that problem with anything else. It's not like there's a point yet on the hip adductor where I can't pinch my thighs any closer together. Thank you, Arbeat. This is Cassie's. Sometimes Cassie gets rid of her old clothing. And we apparently just have an agreement, an unspoken agreement, which I didn't realize. Maddox Kent to failure. Thank you for the $5 donation. I didn't realize it was an unspoken agreement, but it seems to be. And when she's getting rid of clothes, she just dumps them on the couch. And then I rifle through them like a raccoon in the trash. This was one such article of clothing. It's quite cute. It was mainly just gym shorts, not all of the colors of which I liked, but which I held on to because it's good to have variety so that I'm not just wearing the exact fucking same thing to the gym every single time. But it took me a few days to find that there was this crop top mixed in amongst them, which is quite cute. If you look at my Instagram or Twitch stories, you can get a better sense of what its color actually is. Yes, I at least feel cute now that I've dolled myself up. Cord Wayner, I was just being rambunctious. I say raccoon like everyone else. Oh, thank you for the treat, Satellite Siren. Brent. I don't know about that, Brent. I don't know about that. I saw a guy at the gym a little while ago with a t-shirt. What's the treat today? Why, it's Sour Patch Kids that my beautiful girlfriend got me. Why, it's No Video Patch Kids that my beautiful girlfriend got me. I was wondering if you guys would be able to read the words no video through my shirt because it's a little green, but I don't know if you can. It is Depression Sonora playing. Well spotted. Why is my water bottle being chroma keyed out? It's not green at all. What the fuck? Anyway. That's very strange. Sorry, I can't. I'm gonna be staring at that forever. I saw a guy at the gym with a t-shirt that said, I can do this, and it was crossed out, and then instead it said, if I can, I can. Which I feel like is a better, because I did at one point go into the gym with a philosophy of like, oh, just try 5 reps of this weight. You can do 5 of anything. No, you can't do 5 of anything. You can't just decide you can do something. If life has taught me one lesson over and over and over again, it is that mind over matter is a lie, and you can't just will yourself to be stronger than you are. I appreciated it, Cordwainer. I'm gonna start doing crunches, I think during my leg day, because I already have way too many fucking different things I do on my upper body day. I was ashamed today, because after I got off, I forget what it's called. It's right next to the lat pull down, but it's something else with pulleys. Right after I got off of it, an old man came up. He was like, And I was like, no, I'm not using it. Go ahead. And then he was doing the same workout that I just finished, but at like 4 times the weight. It was a really strong old man. I was not expecting it from his somewhat milquetoast demeanor. That guy was fucking strong as hell. It's terrifying. I'm routinely shamed by how little weight I'm actually able to move on the machines in comparison to other people. I think that I am moving about as much weight as other women. And I do have to wonder if, tiny Tess, like I'm small, I don't necessarily have that much of a leverage force in the length of my limbs. If there's going to come a point where I just like max out on strength, because when I go like this, I'm able to push down I'm just the fulcrum or whatever of my arm. It's less long, so I can apply less force. I'm not going to be able to like push down as heavy a load as somebody else. I don't know. The trick is to eat more spinach. God, I hope not. When I was a child, my mom used to make boiled spinach all the time. She would take the frozen spinach out of the fridge and put it in a pot and boil it. It'd just be like a pile of green glop next to the unseasoned chicken breast. And that was a quite unpleasant experience for me, I would say. It took me some time to learn that uncooked vegetables didn't make me wretch. Hi, Kate. How's it going? See, I was thinking about the forces of leverage as it applies to the length of my arm. Because just recently I arm wrestled Kate, and I was thinking that she probably had something of an advantage because her arms are longer than mine, and therefore her arm forms a longer lever. But I actually did beat her. Hi, 20 yards. Cordwainer, I didn't think that it was unusual because in Calvin and Hobbes, Calvin is always eating like just a pile of glop. It's always just like glop on his plate. It's never like articulated dishes. And I realize now that may be because it's easier to draw a pile of glop than it is to draw like a chicken breast and leafy greens. But I thought, I'm eating glop, Calvin's eating glop. Oh, thank you, Kate. I can always be stronger. But happily, so I'm trying to reach a compromise. It's kind of a pain to wear my shorts to the gym because I tuck. But if I don't wear my shorts to the gym, then how can I take a thirst trap? This is the eternal struggle. I could take better thirst traps because I would have longer to do them if I got to the gym earlier. But I'm already getting up at 7 to end up at the gym around 9. I don't know how much earlier I could possibly get there and still do my makeup. It's like that Arrested Development bit where Michael's mother is waiting for him in the kitchen in the dark at like 6 a.m. and she's already got her makeup on, and the narrator said that put her wake up in the like 3:30 to 4 range. See, it's funny, Cordwainer, there were actually many opportunities where I could not do it. I remember, well, I've always had a very small appetite as a Tess. Bremy, you raise a good point. I could wear like my scrunch shorts under a pair of joggers and exercise in the joggers so I wouldn't need to tuck. And then at the end of the workout, I'd just sit my beshorted ass on the counter. Anyway, I remember one occasion, I've always had a small appetite. I remember on one occasion, I had left the spinach slurry to last because it was disgusting and I didn't want to touch it. And my mom told me that I wasn't gonna get up from the table until I cleaned my plate. And I told her that if I ate any more that I would throw up. And she said that I wasn't gonna get up from the table until I cleaned my plate. And so I tried to eat the spinach and I threw up. Which, asked and answered. I warned thee. That's egg on her face. Well, yes, Cordwainer. I did not vomit on my mother's face. Thank you, Arbeat. I rushed to the trash can. I'm actually really good at not throwing up anywhere. Even though when I'm feeling barfy, I get some sort of a vessel, I can't remember the last time I didn't make it to the toilet before I threw up. I'm good at not throwing up until a specific point in time. All right, I'm going to play the video game Ace Attorney Investigations. Or I thought I was going to, but you don't seem to be capturing, do you? Okay, thank you. Do you want to make your horrible sound? You want to fucking serenade the viewer with your terrible menu theme? Sorry, I forgot to move the chair and stuff out of the way. I was taking selfies in it. Oh god. Bram says it's not terrible. Well, what if I want to turn off my PC at this? What if I said, actually, fuck this stream? This one's a wash. There's the dupe for Rayba. I'm actually gonna try to unplug the purple light from now on, because I do think it makes this room way hotter. Come on out. Hello. It's true, Quoid. Quoid, when I was at the clinic today, which is where my therapy referral intake was, I heard... Oh no. Oh, there we go. I heard these middle-aged transsexuals in the waiting room saying that Pride is terrible now, and that straight guys are going to Pride to pick up bisexual women. And I heard this, and it was like fucking Oblivion Nord voice. Is this true? Horde Quoid, listen. I felt bad. There's this one woman, she's like, I haven't been to Pride since '95, but if straight guys go there and try to pick up girls, then the gay people at Gay Pride will beat them up. And I thought, oh, you come from a much better time in human history. You come from a much better time in human history. September 10th, 4:45 p.m., District Court, 3rd floor lobby. Which cop in the background? The one who's coming explosively, or the one who's taken a snooze? Sir, Tessa hasn't tried to do your voice in the last 18 hours. Do you really think she'll be able to swing it? What is to become of the trial into the Codopian Embassy staff member's murder? The trial into the murder? What are you talking about? You mean the trial of the murder? Indeed, since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead. Snap. The case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here prematurely. Oh god. Speaking of voices, I haven't done. Looks like you'll have to wait just a bit longer for your big debut. I suppose it can't be helped. The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while. Sir, what do you think about the murder of the Codopian Embassy staff member? And the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell? What an outrageous circus it has all become. That Faraday brought it all upon himself with his naivete. An outrageous circus. Right, sir. I grow weary of this topic, Edgefass. I will have you assigned to a different case. Papa, you'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you? I'll consider it, because you are Fraulein and therefore below me. Sir, if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation. It's hot in here. I gotta turn on the AC. Sorry, it sucks. It's only gonna get hotter, because it was actually pretty cool this morning. Whatever for? I know that there's already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. However, there's not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. Edgevass, how many times do I have to tell you, forge the fucking evidence? It's all I ever do. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt. The perfect proof? Don't make me laugh. A vastless person like you has no right to claim. Wow, what a dick. Has no right to claim such a thing as perfection. Alright, well, that kind of hurts. You didn't have to say it like that. Papa? Who do you think is the real culprit behind these matters? Miles and I, we're competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate real crime scenes is a really rare opportunity. It would give us some real-life experience, wouldn't you agree? If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish. Then you're allowing us to continue? In court, your top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. You have to make sure you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It wouldn't be very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now, to Germany. Bye, Franziska. I hope you like this country. Edgeverse, Franziska, sit what under the start. Save for some results of your competition. Competition. Yes, sir. Of course, Papa. Franziska, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's lie. That means that the competition is still on. Yes, just as you wished. I couldn't let you get off so easily. Now then, let's see how well you found the investigation from here, Miles Edgeverse. I know I don't have enough information yet, so my first order of business will be to question everyone. It's doing the thing again. It's doing the thing again. It's doing the really, really weird, like, pixel scaling thing again. Look at this. Look at that pixel boundary wiggle back and forth. Look at those. What is that? Why does it do that? He's not even moving. Just re-release the DS-ROM at its original resolution. So my first order of business will be to question anyone involved with this case. But it's nearest neighbor across, like, identical poses. Is she a teen in this? Boy, is she. She's 13. The 13-year-old riding crop-toting prosecutor prodigy. It's really... It beggars belief. Oh, if you use the right stick, you can walk slowly instead of running. That's fun. What's up, Gumshoe? How goes it? Middle school prodigy. Yeah, CJ, you think, if it wasn't me, I tell you, I didn't do anything wrong. I raised this question in my Discord in the wrong channel, but when do you think she started whipping people? Because, like, her adult, what will become her adult personality is, like, already set in here. She's already whipping Gumshoe and shit. When do you think she because presumably she did not come out of the womb whipping. Is it possible that when Von Karma adopted Edgeworth at the age of 10, he put a riding crop into his infant daughter's hand, or toddler daughter, and pointed her at Edgeworth? Now go! Yes, I understand. So let's just calm down, okay, buddy? I doubt I'll get anything useful from the detective while he's this agitated. How old is Gumshoe? Somebody said that he is probably 21. Well, I'll have you know that he is 26! A veritable elder. It's an incredibly detailed model, isn't it? I heard that it cost as much to make that as it cost to build the courthouse itself. That's fucked up. What was the point of making such an expensive model? I felt the exact same way upon hearing it. Ugh, it's so hard to understand such foolishness. Agreed. We're so smart and cool, 13-year-old. Unlike everyone else here. Oh, look at all the judges. Look at all the identical judges up on top of the screen. What's the matter, officer? I've been standing here for forever, sir, and I really need to go to the bathroom. Why don't you just make a quick trip? The nearest one isn't that far, is it? No, it's a short way down the hall behind these doors, but I don't want to be blamed for anything that might happen while I'm gone, so I'm gonna hold it! Perhaps Detective Gumshoe can be a positive... That's not positive, Edgeworth. He could really hurt himself. I can't stop the water, sir! It seems that the man who was here earlier broke it by drinking from it too much. Bunch of fools who pretended not to see the foolishly foolish actions of a foolish fool. Well then, why don't you lend the officer a hand? As if I should have anything to do with this. Besides, that water-drinking fool's mouse is the thing that officer should be covering. Let's give that officer a description of the water guzzler later. She seems to have quite the grudge. Sounds to me like someone wanted a drink. This is the stupidest fucking dialogue. Wow, this thing is so incredibly detailed. My inner modeling fanboy is impressed. I'm not exactly a fan of plastic models, per se. What, are they immoral? Are they socially degenerate? But even I can sense the superb quality of this model. I simply cannot comprehend how that man can feel so much love for such a trifle. Oh, I see. You're a disciple of my father, so you would do well to guard yourself against an interest in such unproductive things. Yes, perhaps I should take up whipping people like the young lady over here. They really didn't give Edgeworth enough speaking animations. His two options are arms crossed finger waggle and arms extended finger waggle. What's up, Callisto? Let me talk to you. Ms. Yu. Oh, it's you, Edgeworth. And who are you? Wait, you're at the crime scene just now, weren't you? You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I'm 13 already. I am Franziska von Kammer, and I'm about to become the successor to the family name. About to? Because that means for now you're still just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are. Why are you whipping me? Because we can't whip a woman ever. Wow, you both went for the who's on first bit, huh? Anyway, it looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting. I'm terribly sorry, but I have a few more questions to ask of you. Look at you. Eyebrows scrunched with lines on your forehead. His forehead is actually completely smooth. I'm looking at the sprite now. And that to ask of you. What exactly is so funny? Oh, sorry. I'm just bad at dealing with this super serious atmosphere. Apparently, they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school. I mean, this isn't exactly the crime scene. She is a bit of a we do have a bit of a five-head situation going on over here, Barry. I feel much better now. So what is it you want to talk about? I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. Yeah, because you're looking really suspicious, because we know Edgeworth didn't do it, and there aren't that many other living characters. Our court record is... well, Von Karma. This guy's dead, this guy's dead, this guy's dead. This guy and this guy are the same character. This girl is like 5 years old. The judge, who we know didn't do it because he's a free man in later cases. Gumshoe, who we know didn't do it because he's a free man in later cases. Bad, but he's so cool. And this fucking guy who doesn't have a talk sprite, who otherwise I would say is has a real shot at being the killer, but he doesn't have a fucking talk sprite. We were in defendant lobby number 1 the whole time, up until we heard the gunshot. Ellen, people were saying that I should get Scales of Justice earrings. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself. You're with Detective Bad? Why? He had a little something to discuss, that's all. Oh shit, is he involved in a conspiracy? That'd be sick. So I take it that you're acquaintances with Detective Bad? Yeah, he's the detective in charge of the KG-8 incident. Detective Bad is also related to that incident? That's right. He was the one who was supposed to protect my sister, Cece. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth? Mine's Edgeworth! I've no idea what you two are talking about. I've heard of the KG-8 incident from my papa. But how does that case relate to you, Ms. Yu? The victim of that case, CCU, was my little sister. My Emoto, if you will. You're making that super serious face again. I'm fine, really. I just make it a point to rub more salt in his wounded pride every time I see him. Detective Bad is Tessa's OC, who's also her boyfriend. Wears a gold chain and is misogynist. He does not wear a gold chain. We don't know yet if he is misogynist. He might be. Oh shit. The way she talks about doing that as she laughs away is kind of creepy. Oh, speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday. That's Dracula. He looks like a Sin City character. Baby. He's like, if you saw him, he's like very broad. I'd say they met up just about every single time the Yatagarasu made a move. It was practically a given that those two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes. Honestly, a member of the district attorney's office being a master thief is a pretty good cover. People would not usually look for you there. I see. He did mention that he's in charge of the Yatagarasu investigation earlier. That's like some light Yagami level mind games, becoming the guy in charge of investigating your own crimes. Thank you, regular zebra. Hello. Maybe I should ask her what she knows about the Yatagarasu in more detail. The time of the murder. You claim that at the time of the murder, you were with Detective Bad. But don't you lawyers usually discuss the time with your clients during a recess? We do, and that's what I was planning to do. But Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening, and he dragged Mr. Rel away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked. How old is Kay? It doesn't say, but I think she's like 5. She has to be very... Oh, no, wait, I can figure it out. Francisca was 18? No, was she only 18? In the earlier case, the non-flashback case? And now she's 13? Which would... Oh, okay, which would make Kay like 11. I don't know. She's tiny, though. What did you talk with the Detective Bad about? Nothing interesting. I just insulted him some. Talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more. When she's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults. Lawyer. Female lawyer who makes a habit of degrading men. I don't think I know anyone like this. Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in defendant lobby number 1 when the murders occurred. So I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2. I see. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mac Rel. Now, your client first claimed to be the Yatagarasu, is that correct? Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatagarasu that had made off with the evidence from KGAs, I began to ask Mr. Rel all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. He had just made that up. He made it up. Mr. Rel's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras, but there's no footage of him sneaking into the Kodopian embassy itself. Hold on for just 1 second. Then you mean to say that you knew that he was not the real Yatagarasu? And that he was just a cold-blooded killer? And you are ready to defend him? That's the job, Franzi. That's one of my favorite exchanges from Better Call Saul, is after the chicanery trial. Hamlin accuses, God, what the fuck is it, Kim of doing something or another. She's like, I exonerated my client. He said, oh, is that what you call it? That's the job, Howard. Yes, that's right. I see. So a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job is to cover for criminals. Well, I'm sorry you don't agree with the practice. That's why defense lawyers are so detestable. But they are no match for us von Karmas. I don't believe it. You're serious. Why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about? And Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier? I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for things regarding the KG-8 incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer? Don't put words into my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rell was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him, ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. I mean, it would be Mac Rell's decision, what he wanted to do, but if there was literally video footage of him shooting the guy, he probably would not ask Callisto to argue that he was innocent on all charges. Callisto would probably advise him to plead guilty to a lesser crime for a reduced sentence, rather than risk the full jury trial and getting the maximal sentence when the jury sees. I guess never mind, because they don't have fucking juries in this system. But when the real life, if the jury saw the video of him shooting somebody, it would be bad for him. So don't you dare suggest that I was going to. I'm sorry. Forgive my rashness. I don't think I want to do that, Francis. Ms. Yu. Yeah, I don't want to do that, Frampus, because, okay, the shit I just said, that also happens with innocent people all the time. If the evidence just looks bad for them. But, like, you have a client, the evidence looks bad for them, there's no way that you can prove they're innocent, but you're wholly convinced of their innocence. You still have to be like, yeah, but if we go to trial, you'll lose, and go to jail for a decade. So, how about instead you go to jail for 5 years, innocent person? That's the system you have to navigate. It sucks. There's a great video you can find on YouTube, I can post it in the Discord later, called Never Talk to the Police Under Any Circumstances. And it's a lecture at a law university by a guy who really seems like he's on coke. He's talking very fast. And he explains that even if you're innocent and you talk to the police and you only tell them things that they could find out anyway, and you only tell them things that better establish your innocence, then if the police officer says, actually, it was my recollection that he said this other thing that does incriminate him, all of a sudden it's your word against the police officers. And they can make mistakes. Ms. Yu. Because then it's not just it's not just your word against the police officers, it's your word against the police officer saying that you're lying. And then the jury looks very unfavorably upon you because the cop said that you lied. I was wondering if you could tell me about the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu, huh? I don't really know much about that character myself. But I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them. Not to mention stuff cops do all the time, like try to, lead you on into saying things without actually giving you information. Like discussing, if it was a murder, discussing the death in such a way that creates the impression that it's a shooting. But then if you say, like, I've never fired a gun, I don't even own a gun, and they never said that it was a shooting, they're like, how do you know it was a shooting? Anyway, but I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them. Requests from companies? The Yatagarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know. Alright then. Perhaps the Yatagarasu isn't the business of stealing people's lives. You're not very funny or witty, are you? Wow! Little Miss Von Karma. Oh. Francisca, be careful about who you whip. Choose carefully or we may be sued by... Ow! Sal, I chose carefully, just like you wanted. That just now was hilarious, little missy. Of course it was. What is wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight? Francisca is hardly a woman, she's 13. And, so in the end, what is the Yatagarasu? I have to say, I had never even heard of this thief while I was in Germany. Always with the Germany with you. The Yatagarasu deals in information. Namely, in digging out dirt about backroom dealings and the like of companies. Backroom dealings and the like of companies. It wasn't very well structured. The Yatagarasu is a vigilante who steals such info and then makes it public for all to see. Vigilante or not, this person sounds just like another criminal to me. I suppose you could put it that way too. But either way, I got a lot more clients now, thanks to that thief. Sounds like Ms. Yu is profiting nicely. I suppose I've gotten all I can out of Ms. Yu. I should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe. You should move on and speak with Detective Bad so I can do his voice again. Detective Gumshoe. Hey, it's you, pal. You here? Yow! As am I. I don't think you needed to whip him to let him know that. I didn't do it, pal. I swear on my honor as a detective. I really didn't. Your words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, detective. Once the investigation is fully over, and should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you. Have a heart, pal. But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about. If you really are innocent, that is. There's no way you believe that is right. That's right. Hey, pal, go and do your perfect investigation to get the real killer for me, will ya? I would have done so even had you not requested me to, detective. It's not like I like you or anything. So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? And what exactly did you do to make him so angry? I just asked Detective Bad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because on my very first day as the detective, I reported in at my usual post instead of the Criminal Affairs Department. By the time I got down to Criminal Affairs, I was really, really late. And that's when he gave me that huge speech. I remember doing the same exact thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I'd always wind up going to my old classroom. How pathetic for the detective to be comparable to a mere school child. I'm shocked that Francisco is willing to admit the mistakes. Oh, so Francisco, that happened to you when you were in elementary school? So, 3 years ago? You claimed to be standing guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during the recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so, and from whom? Earlier at around 3:20, and from Detective Bad, pal. The day's trial took a really crazy turn, so I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday. And yet something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty. Ow! Your words sting worse than your whip, pal. So it was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard, huh? Now then, Detective Gumshoe, is there anything else you'd like to tell me? Nope, not a thing, pal. In that case, allow us to take a look at what you're carrying on your personage. Ah! Wait! You can't do that! There's nothing of any particular value here. Well, my handcuffs and badge were confiscated by Detective Bad, so, you know. And what is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket? Ah, hands off, pal! Just show it to us already! Yow! A bonus? Oh. Annual bonus check within. $5 total. Except there is no check inside. You've had your look, now give it back, pal. It's my first bonus as a brand new detective. I just got it and cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me up until I did, you know. So that envelope is really special to me. Now give it back. You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry, we'll sort away for you later. How could you? Annual bonus envelope data jotted down in my organizer. Literally had no money on him until he cashed this. I'm sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning now. I think I've asked him just about everything I needed to. No, wait. Since he became a suspect, there is one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait a second. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe. Understood, but please make it brief, sir. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. Okay. It's a bookshelf. What are you looking at? Talk to Gumshoe. What's this? Judges' Trial Exchange Log? It appears to be a journal where the various judges share their thoughts and ideas. The real daily lives of the judges are laid out here on these pages. There's nothing about the court in here. It's just page after page of unrelated drivel. Judging by the content, they're very enthusiastic about the courthouse's daily menu. And it would appear that fried oysters are a favorite. I have no use for such foolishly foolish words from that foolishly foolish crowd. Someone please assure me that this is not the true state of this country's judiciary. No, fuck, I didn't mean to, I didn't mean to talk to you about this. Okay, Gumshoe. You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct? No mistake about it, pal. Then you are also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either. Is that also correct?
Yep. Not even a single ant passed through that hall while I was on duty.
You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself.
Oh. But it's true. I didn't see anyone go through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal. I bet the killer found a way to kill those two guys that's beyond what I could even imagine.
So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. But why would he do so, given the situation he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant lobbies is in order. I think I know why. Yeah, that's why.
You!
Oh, well, fuck yes. Go off. Fight the power, Kay. Fucking 8-year-old. Kick that prosecutor.
Round, fight the power.
How could you not have noticed that coming? Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier? Flashback.
Thanks, that's exactly what I needed.
Hard to do that voice for baby test. Kids can sometimes be so cruel. It looks like she's off something. Swiss roll data jotted down in my organizer. Swiss roll dropped by the mysterious young girl. Says courthouse special on it. Maybe we should arrest the girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead. I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt the next time we meet. Her dad is dead. Maybe take it easy on her. I believe I've asked all that I need to of this man. Now for Detective Bad and the judge. We have to confirm who is correct. The judge was that Scarface, right? I suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of lobby number 2 next, then. I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Francisca? Faith, her dad is this guy. No, why is my clinic calling me? Hang on. I said I was at work, but then she continued to talk anyway. I need to, this is something about my blood work, it's whatever. I guess I'm at work doesn't quite capture the urgency of I'm on camera and muted. I don't have time to talk about this. All right, let's go. Yay! Detective Bad! September 10th, District Court hallway.
So, did you see anything else?
No, I don't think so.
I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation.
Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law.
That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions.
Anytime, Detective. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. What the fuck's good? You're that new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right?
My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. And I'm a 13-year-old girl. And I'm Manfred von Karma's daughter, Franziska von Karma. I'm set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor. I see. Mr. New Prosecutor recommended my...
Ah! I bit my tongue. Shitsure kamimashita.
Are you all right, Your Honor?
Please,
Please feel free to refer to me as just Miss von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine. Apparently, somebody doesn't feel that I'm worthy of a proper title.
Oh-ho! Very well, then. I shall call you Ms. Von Karma and you Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now, about your earlier testimony.
Not at all! Yes, what about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw.
All right. After all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law. I greatly appreciate
your cooperation, Your Honor. Now, the first thing I will need to do is figure out that detective's exact movements. Begin investigation. What if I didn't talk to him at all? He's making a most ridiculous-looking face. That may be, but at least he doesn't look like someone who would tell a lie on purpose. I suppose, but to a von Karma, evidence is the only thing that carries any weight. Of course. At any rate, they're constantly trying to outsmug each other. At any rate, this poster seems to be of no use to us right now. There are no signs that this fire extinguisher was used in the crime. If you could already tell from a distance, then why are you wasting your time examining it? Franziska, let's not try to rush absolute genius. Oh, they won't let me leave. Have you found any suspicious fingerprints, officer?
No, just the fingerprints of those involved with the case, sir.
I guess we already know if the players in the case then, huh? It would appear that way, but I have the nagging feeling that we're missing something. And I suspect that what we're missing is hiding right here in this crime scene somewhere. Morris inside. He hasn't been found guilty of murder yet. Von Karma's fall from grace is in the future. This is a flashback case. Did you find something, officer? I feel like I'm dim.
I think there's a $5 bill back there. Come on, just a little more.
I saw no fun whacking this crime scene who isn't a total waste of living tissue.
Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a single person we can deem useful here. Except for the judge! Thanks, Bremy. Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder?
Do you suspect me of something?
No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor.
Very well, you may continue with your testimony.
Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after.
Oh! I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony.
I'm beginning to sense that I might want to avoid being in a trial run by this judge. The only judge in the country.
Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you'll need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you go take a look into the toilet, if you go take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. That is the window to the men's restroom. In other words, you can see clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom, and vice versa. When I was going into the restroom, the detective Gumshoe, was it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines buying something from it. However, and this I couldn't believe, when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore.
Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain it to me rationally.
Oh, I'm really sorry. Please let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's what my finely honed judge's intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off.
Apparently, this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. That's probably all I'm going to find out from His Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now?
Yes, I'm sorry to have held you for your I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor.
Totally. Anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime.
The judges in this country seem rather friendly.
Yes, if not a little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they're known to hand down very fair verdicts. Hi, Tyrell. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Here's a cactus.
What's the matter?
I pricked myself on one of this cactus's needles. I didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp.
Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit in the head by one of these? Anyways, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case.
Does that happen in Rise from the Ashes? It must. I don't remember it happening, but that was so specific of her to say. Do you really think so? Faith, the judge does have a Canadian cousin. Because I believe that this cactus sitting on the windowsill is completely related. Potted cactus sitting on the hallway windowsill. Its needles are dangerous.
Oh, well, then I look forward to your explanation on how exactly it is related.
What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber. A balloon. I feel like I've seen something like this before. What is Japan's Canada? Hokkaido, which is still part of Japan. Alternatively, the Sakhalin Oblast, which is part of Russia.
Well, all I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there's a litter running loose inside this courthouse, it's simply unforgivable.
It's not like it was I who littered. What the fuck are the islands called in between Hokkaido and Sakhalin? That's gonna drive me crazy. I can't remember it. It's not the Ryukyu Islands, because that's south of Japan, right? Geography time with Tess. The Kuril Islands, K-U-R-I-L. Yeah, the Ryukyu Islands are down here in the south. Anyway.
Rubbish belongs in the rubbish bin.
No!
Using logic and deduction. Windowsill cactus, pink piece of trash. There was a balloon. This pink rubbery substance. I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a popped balloon. I suppose that's possible. The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend the windowsill cactus.
That would be the logical conclusion, yes.
Balloon piece jotted down in my organizer. I know I've seen a pink balloon around. Found on windowsill of hallway window. Okay, so Kay ran in here, popped her balloon on the cactus. She started crying. Gumshoe bought her a treat with his bonus, maybe? So that window on the other side belongs to the men's restroom.
I can't see it.
At your height, I'm not surprised.
No!
I guess short people have feelings too. Me and who?
The ants are hard at work carrying their food home.
Oh, that's adorable, Edgeworth.
It's a marvel that they can pick up such comparatively large objects to their size.
You fucking ass.
Well, if you want to carry the mighty font karma name and not be squished under it, you'd better work extra hard, just like these ants.
The same goes for you, Francisca.
Handprint, ant print.
What are these black speckles?
I believe it's a pile of ants eating away.
Oh, the detective! He claims that not a single ant slipped by him. And yet here's a whole hill of them.
Mac! What are you hitting me for?
As a replacement for that pathetic detective.
Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts.
Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating.
From the look and sweet smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll.
Found on the floor under the bench. A hill of ants are attracted to their sweet scent.
Thank you, Stream Elements. Guys, if you like the stream, please consider donating to support me. It would make me very happy. Thank you. Niles Edgevas. This courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times.
No! It wasn't me that dropped food on the ground!
The courthouse must be kept clean.
No! The dirt on this bench.
Yay, ZJ back. Yay, thank you.
The dirt on this bench, it smells like some sort of sweet substance.
I can't believe there's something going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame.
Hold it!
Calm down, Francisca. Now take a good look. Doesn't this smudge look kind of like a handprint to you?
I suppose it could be.
Which means that perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who sullied this bench.
I see. And then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob.
You there, the lab technician. Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to?
Sir, yes, sir! I've got the results of the fingerprint analysis, sir!
And do we know who they belong to?
Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe.
Oh, interesting. Good work, officer.
Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints data jotted down in my organizer. Okay, so when the judge looked into the hallway and didn't see anyone, it's probably because Gumshoe was sitting down. Kay also could have been in the hallway because she's very tiny and he wouldn't have seen her through the window. Yeah, they work quick.
And so you have it.
Yes, I suppose so.
Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench.
I sense that you and I will be using this information in very different ways. No human can climb through these barred windows, but an ant could. What the fuck's up, Detective Bad? Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about.
Oh, is this his theme? Oh, it has a melody part. Unlike bells. Go off, Detective Bad. Anyway. There's simply no way to know, Faith.
Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about.
Hey, how about doing some actual work, you?
I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess.
You're getting in the way of the investigation.
I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself. Plus, I still hold investigative authority.
What do you think about this pink balloon? Actually, what do you think about Gumshoe's bonus?
Detective Bad, I'd like to ask you about this piece of evidence.
Oh, what a narcissist. It was a look at his face and the evidence.
Don't trust your eyes all the time, little girl. I can see the evidence. And keep an eye on the two of you with this mirror.
What? Then why don't you answer?
Because I've got nothing to say. That's all.
Understood. Why couldn't you have just said that at the beginning? What do you think about the Swiss cake roll? What do you think about this popped balloon?
No dice.
What do you think about Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints?
He doesn't give a shit about anything, dude. Alright, instead, let's talk.
So I hear you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here.
Faraday, that guy was just accused, you know? I just knew something was gonna happen. My detective's instinct told me.
A lot of good did you. You couldn't even protect one known prosecutor, Mitted.
Hold it!
Gonna draw on a child, excuse me for bonking the mic.
Francisca, I think you need to apologize.
I'm sorry.
I'm terribly sorry, Detective Bad. Please continue.
I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct. I told them to send somebody over. And that detective's the one that showed up.
And only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad.
Yeah, I waited for him on the first floor. After he got here, we came up to these defendant lobbies together. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. She told us that Faraday was really mad, and that he dragged Rel off to lobby number 2 to have a word or something. And that Faraday had said to not let anyone interrupt them. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside.
Yes, sir! And around what time did all of that take place?
Let's see. I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway, not once.
Oh, and how can you make such a claim?
Huh. One of the guards out in this floor's main lobby swore to me that he didn't.
If the detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to?
That's simple. He must have gone into lobby number 2, just as I suspected.
You and I, we were in lobby number 1 next door. Don't ask why the lobby numbers go from right to left, which is not the direction that you read English in. Don't even think about it. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe.
It would seem that I'm still missing some key pieces of information. The gunshot! Detective Bad, you also heard the gunshot, did you not?
Yeah, I heard it when I was in defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you.
How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene?
Less than a minute.
What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot?
I grabbed the big lug who was just walking around in the hall and raced into lobby number 2. And that's when we discovered the bodies, in that order.
That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right?
Yeah, I guess it does, little miss.
Say little lady. Please say little lady. It's so much better of a translation of Ojo-chan. This happens to me every time. Say little lady. It's a much better translation of Ojo-chan. No one says little miss. Some people say little lady.
I guess it does. I guess it does, little lady.
I'm about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve or else.
You wave that thing around anymore, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little lady.
You wouldn't dare.
Just joking. I'm just kidding.
Detective Bad is really something if he can make Francisca behave.
Are we about done?
Is there anything else I should ask him about? Time here at the gun shop, place here at the gun shop, situation around the gun shop. What the fuck does that mean? I'd like to know a little more about the circumstances under which you heard the gunshot.
Like I said, I was in lobby number 1 with you. I have nothing else to add.
Well, his testimony certainly corroborates with what Ms. Yu said.
Miles, you already asked him about that, remember?
I suppose I should ask about something else. About the time. I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot.
It was around the end of the recess and the trial was about to start again. I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding. But I got the sense he wasn't gonna show for the handoff. So I figured I should go get him, or he'd be late. And just as I
Fuck, man. That voice makes me yawn.
thought that, bang, the sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums.
So he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart, huh? Detective Bad's testimony, jotted down in my organizer.
Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste.
Oh, come on. All you're doing is standing in front of this door doing nothing.
I get the sense that he is somewhat investigating this crime scene, or rather that he is keeping us under surveillance. But to what end? Detective Bad, may I ask that you cooperate with us for just a bit longer?
I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said that you wanted to investigate in the first place.
Fine, then. Be obstinate. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles.
You may no longer be willing to help us. However, may I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation?
Do as you like.
Thanks, Detective Bad. I can't enter defendant lobby number 2, though. Those two pieces of evidence are probably not related. They won't let me back into the crime scene.
It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods.
Okay, that's what I was missing, thank you. Just lovely. What will they think of next? Okay, so the Swiss roll is $6. So with Gumshoe's $5 bonus, and then the $1 that Kay had in change, she was able to purchase a Swiss cake roll. Just lovely. What will they think of next?
Don't be a chuck in the court like these beef chucks. One packet for $9. Defendant's fresh milk. 1/2 pint for $7.
Can we think of a defendant that's likely to have come from? I guess Cammy Meal is a defendant now.
Stay neutral as this fist do until the end, Mitzies. For $6. They're awfully overpriced.
The lineup is simply awful, period. You would say, you would think that they're overpriced, Francisca, but I'm here to tell you that I've taken a lot of road trips lately for funerals and for holidays, and if you get a big Texas cinnamon roll, that shit is like $4 now.
Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll the little girl dropped is from this machine.
Part of Cammy's court-ordered community service. Ka-chunk. I was wondering about that myself. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. The end of what? Wait. Oh, Francisca said that.
The end of what?
Well, I assume it means the end of the trial. I suppose this means that one should eat these during a recess?
You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat them is now, huh?
I wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one now. They come in packs of 2, after all. Shall we split them, stepsister?
We're in the middle of investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me.
If you want, we can pool our money and buy a pack together.
This is very cute.
If I have to split it with you, then I don't want it.
Defendant's fresh milk. What exactly is that supposed to mean?
I bet it means that the milk is freshly milked by various defendants on trial right now.
No, I think it might mean that this was milked right here from the various defendants.
Miles Edgeworth, you can't possibly be serious.
Of course not.
Looks around at all the big titty defendants on lineup.
When it's looking bad, blind your opposition with some OJ. Are they promoting violence?
Nobody ever throws OJ, do they? Godot just throws his coffee.
Don't worry, my whip will make sure that anybody following this advice won't be for long.
Compared to the sing of a whip, the sing of orange juice may not be so bad.
Yeah, but it ruins your outfit, man. You're in court. It'll ruin your suit. Can't have that. Much better to just be whipped. Oh, credit card accepted. How forward thinking.
When you're in hot water, you might need a hot dog. Huh. It looks like this slogan was decided through a public contest. And the winner was Prosecutor Winston Payne?
What a pathetic slogan. No presents at all. Now, if it was up to me, it would read, if you leave matters in the Von Karma's hands, everyone in court will be found guilty dogs.
Objection!
Overruled.
Oh, they're cute.
Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. I see.
Objection!
Miles Edgeworth, wouldn't you agree that it's a very clever pun?
Do you really think they put that much effort into the product name?
Even a foolish fool could understand the foolish thinking of the fool who made it up. You're acting so foolishly that I got so sorely mad and am now utterly famished.
If you wanted a pack of these, all you had to do was ask like a normal person.
Francisco is a lot more endearing when she doesn't have any legal authority. This is basically how she acts as an adult, too, except when she's an adult, she's a fucking member of the district attorney's office, which is horrifying.
Swiss roll crumbs, vending machine. Combine ideas. The Swiss roll came from the vending machine. These bits of chocolate and cake, could they not have come from a Swiss roll?
A Swiss roll? Why would the courthouse sell a thing like that?
It may not seem like the right venue. However, it is being sold right over there.
The vending machine. I see.
We've read this 3 times already, Franzi.
Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end says. 2 for $6. Talk about expensive.
Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside, the fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now.
Not really. After all, I'm here, aren't I?
Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate a Swiss roll.
That's a really great illustration. Thank you, video game. Absolutely, Reza.
And as he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench.
Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints data updated in my organizer.
How could he not have cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable.
Don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place.
I guess I is grammatically correct, but I don't like how snooty he is.
Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts.
Saying about this about Tess when she becomes a lawyer and sends me to jail.
Don't worry, baby. I wouldn't work at the district attorney's office. A contradiction? Where?
I think another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order.
No, I know the contradiction. Contradiction is that Gumshoe only had $5, but the Swiss cake roll is $6.
Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
Eureka!
Eureka!
About Detective Gumshoe's finances. He said that until this morning, he didn't have even a single penny on his personage. I wish they'd stop saying personage when they mean person. Just how poor is that guy? Guy seems like an odd word for Francisca. If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor. Meaning Sclaffy must have bought a pack somehow. Indeed. That detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is, how? Swiss roll data updated my organizer. Swiss roll dropped by the mysterious young girl. It's priced at 2 for $6. Investigation complete. And there's no damage to heal, because I did it perfectly perfect in every way. Hi, Faith. I believe I now have a very firm grasp on what happened.
Well, I do too.
All right, Francisca. Would you care to share what conclusions you've come to?
Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead.
All right. It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Very well. But first we need to pay His Honor a visit to correct his testimony. September 10th, 5:15 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up.
Do you doubt me? Am I your new suspect?
In a sense, I suppose you could say that.
Even you, a judge, are nothing but a common witness before Von Karma.
Silence in the courtroom! Silence, I say! Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred Von Karma and Ms. Genius Prosecutor...
You bit your tongue again, didn't you?
Ahem.
What did he say?
Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred Von Karma, Miles Edgeworth, and Ms. Genius Prosecutor, successor to Manfred Von Karma, Francis... As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. You can even place me under oath if you want.
Very well then. Your testimony, if you please.
What I saw at recess. I was outside playing on the slides at the time. During the recess, I went to the restroom. I had to drop a mega deuce. There is a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. A detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me!
Well said, Barry. Your Honor, Faith, so that you can watch the judge piss. Obviously. Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm?
Oh! I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now. I hope I can reach case 5 today. I don't know if I will. I don't know how long this case is, but I really hope I can reach case 5 today.
I went to the restroom. There's a window in the hallway side. Why would they put a window?
Hold it! Your Honor, did you really go into the men's restroom?
What? What is the meaning of that statement?
It was a question, not a statement. I simply meant that perhaps you went to a restroom on a different floor. Faith, there's a couple characters in it that I'm excited to voice. I was excited to voice Tyrell Bad, too.
I had to go for such a long time. It was all I could do to dash to the closest one to the courtroom.
I suppose that's only natural given his circumstances. The condition of his prostate.
I ran from the courtroom through this floor's main lobby and down the hallway. Once you enter, you can see there's a window just above the urinals.
Christ.
And it was through that window.
Oh, and it was through that window that you witnessed Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor.
Yes, exactly!
Your Honor, there's no need to yell. I can hear you just fine.
Oh, I guess I put a little too much into that last answer. Now then, let's continue with the testimony.
You were about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. Should I just present the $5 thing? When he says that he saw the detective buying something from the vending machine?
Objection!
Yeah. That statement right now contradicts. Oh, never mind. They didn't stop the music. They faked me out. Contradicts with this piece of evidence.
Really?
Your Honor, by my account, there's absolutely no contradiction here at all.
Really? Well then, I guess we're still alright. Please continue with the testimony. The two of them overruled me!
At this rate, I'll lose the truth to darkness. I will lose the truth to the darkness forever. I need to stay calm, think carefully, and find a flaw in his testimony. Fast. Hey, hold it! Expressive about this. Are you sure that the person you witnessed was Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor?
Of course, it's not like there's a different detective with facial stubble and a trench coat. Yes, I'm absolutely sure. It's hard to miss someone of his stature, even from as far away from the restroom. Besides, I can't think of anyone else with that kind of hairstyle and big beige coat.
Well, I was simply wondering if you were mistaken in what you saw.
What? Preposterous! My eyes are as sharp as can be, ready to see through lies to the truth. Although recently, things do seem to be a bit fuzzier than they used to be.
Clearly, his eyes are not the only things that have gone fuzzy.
Allow me to say with all the honor and dignity of a judge, I am not mistaken in what I saw. It completely disappeared.
Oh, don't I have testimony from Gumshoe saying that he didn't leave the hall? He disappeared, but Your Honor, didn't you just say? I saw that detective buying something from the vending machine.
Why, yes, I did. The restroom window looks over the courtyard and right into the hallway. But just as I was about to exit, I took another look and there was no one in sight. That led me to the only solution to this mystery. The detective must have gone into the crime scene, lobby number 2 at that point.
So he looked into the hallway from the restroom and over the courtyard, did he?
Objection!
No dice, dude.
What statement in this piece of evidence contradict one another? I don't feel a contradiction in the air. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, I advise you to be a little more cautious with what you say.
It would appear that I was mistaken. What the fuck do you want from me? Do you want me to present the Swiss cake roll instead when he says the detective was buying something?
Objection!
No. Just in case, I'm gonna... why do you suppose our lines of sight are so different?
If you're referring to my height,
Can't you hold that whip still for just a second?
Okay. Okay. Maybe you're right, Faith. You completely disappeared? Nuh-uh. Look.
Objection!
That was it. Well intuited, Faith.
What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? And don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving testimony?
Huh. If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by. It's a bit of a logical leap they want you to make. He says the detective was nowhere to be seen, and then you show the handprint showing where the detective was, as opposed to him saying the detective was buying something, and you're like, nah, he didn't have enough money, which is a more obvious, like, contradiction textually.
Miles Edgeworth, it's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life.
This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me.
What is all that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who is the culprit? that party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness.
If you must know, the uncouth bench sullier, uncouth emote, new Discord display name, uncouth bench sullier, has already been placed under arrest, thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor.
Oh, well that's good, but who was it?
We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench, namely Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints.
Not happy with committing just murder, he had to go and dirty the courthouse too? Guilty!
Your Honor, please calm down. While it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench, don't say it like that. We have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder.
What do you mean?
I believe that the detective bought a pack of Swiss cake rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. This is making me want Entenmann's. The cake crumbs and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusions to be true.
Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom?
It is indeed.
Thank you, viewer, or stream elements rather. Viewer, darling viewer, if you wanted to donate to support the channel so that I could pay my taxes that the cruel and unremitting IRS have charged me, I would be very grateful.
Here we go. Get a little midriff in there. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Francisca herself was unable to see out of that window. That was very delayed. No! I knew I shouldn't have used her height as evidence. Basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot where the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom.
Then?
It seems that you have made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window, yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight.
What?
Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time. No, it didn't. It didn't prove that at all. You have raised a potential explanation for his being in the hallway without the judge seeing him. But his testimony didn't prove that Gumshoe was in the hall. That's right, Barry.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it.
Is there something of value that you'd like to say?
Yay, Barry.
Yes, actually there is. I remembered something else just now. Mr. Edward, please allow me to testify to the court one more time.
Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he? That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in a perfect investigation, right? Bum bum. What I saw part 2.
I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean the detective was sitting there when I looked.
Great point.
Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail.
It's true, Barry. There is a gap. The latest we play as Mia, Phoenix isn't a lawyer yet. He's not even studying to be a lawyer. He's in art school. It's the case with Dahlia Hawthorne. But then the next time we see Mia, she's being killed. So yeah, they should have some cases in between there. We should have had a Mia game, absolutely.
As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot. How was that? That is the testimony of one who judges the crimes of others.
Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time?
I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words.
I'm sorry, but honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise popper until now.
Now that he mentions it, right before we restarted the trial, he did talk about that.
Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson.
The most critical point in this argument is when did the judge look into the hallway, and whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony. I can probably just present the balloon when he says he heard a gunshot.
Objection!
Nope. Dang, this again, Tess.
Hold it!
Your Honor, about what you just said.
I know, I couldn't believe it myself, but bang when the gunshot I heard it, then I had a knee-jerk reaction. Oh, went into the air like this, just like this, with a quick oh!
Your Honor, please remain calm when you're trying to explain yourself to me. Absolutely, Reza. I'm very, very, very fond of Dahlia. A feeling that is not mirrored in my real life anywhere.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Now then, I must gather myself, yes. When I heard the gunshot, there was no one in the hall. I should know. I looked. There was no one there.
This judge's emotion circuits appear to be stuck on overreact. At this point, nothing stands out to me as a contradiction to his testimony. Francisca, if I'm correct, this testimony is hardly precision quality. I know that. That's why I said at this point. I think my first line of attack will be to draw more information from His Honor. Gotcha.
Hold it!
In that case, do you concede that you were overconfident in your last testimony?
Now, hold on there. I just said that it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom this time. But you know something? I don't think you know when the prints you referenced were left on that bench, do you? Ugh. Well, you have proven that it's possible that the detective was sitting. I still have a problem with just when those fingerprints were left.
He's right. I've yet to prove when the fingerprints were left on that bench. While he feigns ignorance, His Honor has seen a lot of life. This judge, I mustn't underestimate him.
Hold it!
As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into that hallway?
After I called for a recess, I handled the change of prosecutor paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvened. Yes, that sounds about right.
Just as I expected. All according to Keikaku.
What were you expecting? And I demand to know what that all-knowing all-knowing smile is for.
Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony.
Okay, if you insist.
Hang on. I looked into the hallway about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. What do we have here? We don't have like an autopsy report. Oh, there we go. Detective Bad said he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. Would I like a Paloma? Okay, but just one. Thank you.
Objection!
You're on.
No, I cannot allow you to make an objection.
What? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection.
Gods, I've been overruled.
Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste.
What do you mean by that?
You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible.
Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Medford von...
Instead of biting your tongue, why don't you bite your something else that I couldn't read because the dialogue's called too quickly? Instead of biting your tongue, why don't you bite your tongue on those preposterous names? Ow!
I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Francisca.
Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back.
With your height, you'd need a stepladder or 4 to accomplish that. Wow, Edgeworth is really bitchy about his stepsister's height.
Mr. Edgeworth, My ears are not that far gone yet, I'll have you know. I can still hear just fine. And I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears.
Huh, Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad. And according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again.
What did you just say?
Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction?
That can't be!
Unfortunately, that is the truth.
But I heard it clear as day! Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot!
The sound of the gunshot. We keep returning to this point of contention. And that piece of evidence, I always did wonder why I found it where I did. What do you mean always? You found it like 10 minutes ago. However, now I understand what the gunshot the judge heard really was. Unfortunately, Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot you heard. Why is that unfortunate?
Take that!
I found this object in the hallway earlier. I absolutely thought that was about to be objection.
What is that pink substance?
It may not look it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon.
I see. And I suppose you would like me to accept that pink balloon into the court record?
It made the court record noise. Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony.
What?
Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now, there's no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at that time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene, defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough that even you can figure the rest out on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking that it was a gunshot.
What manner of trickery is this?
That was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it was me, I'd have wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified.
Care to elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins?
Well, to be honest, I did think that the sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound. But who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this?
That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouse.
I want to trade these coins with you.
That's it. That balloon that girl was holding. It explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy.
Oh no, but giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do. What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see to it myself that he is released.
Wait. There are still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe.
But why?
Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is continue in my quest for the perfect explanation.
I think they should have said whether I did exonerate him just now or not. I think they needed a word there. Bram, I think of them when the clown girl is there. I have news for you guys. If I stream the Phoenix Wright game with the clown girl in it, it's gonna be in like 2 years. Because besides Ace Attorney Investigations, the one I'm streaming now, there's the first DS game and the, like, what is it, late 19th century ones or early 20th century ones? The Blast from the Past ones. And Ace Attorney Investigations 2, which I don't know when that released, but I'm pretty sure it's before the second 3DS Phoenix Wright that has Funny Clown Girl.
The only thing I can do is continue my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway.
Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom.
I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case.
September 10th, District Court, courtroom number 3. Bram, you can actually, can't you time out yourself to delete those messages if you regret saying them?
What is it now? Is it time for my trial already?
Reza, I probably wouldn't stream Phoenix Wright X Professor Layton. Yeah, can't you do like exclamation point timeout, Bram? Can't you do that to time out yourself? Somebody else did it, actually. Oh, it was Quoid. Quoid, how do you do that? Oh, vanish. There you go, Bram. Do it. Delete your messages. There you go. A much cleaner chat now. Anyway.
What is it now? What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you a gazillion times, pal. I didn't do it.
I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe. Professor Layton X Phoenix Wright is so skippable. Good, I intended to skip it. No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that.
No. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that.
Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental?
Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe,
It really looks like his beard is fake.
I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part.
Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of this crime. Bram, I think we're past the point. I don't think you would ever say the thing that I was planning on banning you if you ever said. But if at some point it does happen, it'll be a real surprise now.
We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of this crime. Totally, I guess so.
What are you guys talking about?
In any case, I would like you to testify as to...
Oh wait, I'm doing the fucking judge.
In any case, I would like you to testify as to your actions while you're on guard duty. And please remember, you're not on trial. This is all just a part of the investigation.
You didn't get close, Bram.
As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony...
I whip you.
Yo!
My whip will object loud and clear.
If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely.
I got you, pal.
Thinking back on the state of the crime scene and the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying. And if I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in this case.
Detective Gumshoe Eyes? While I was on duty, I came down here to this courtroom on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time. On my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal.
He's still singing the same tired tune.
In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. I know he's lying, and it's time I pulled the information I need out of him.
I will have a treat. That sounds great.
While I was on duty.
Oh, my beautiful girlfriend is here. Hello. Pizza. Wow. And Mary. Ah.
How's it look? Good?
It looks great. It's a good thing I worked out my arms today, so my grip is especially steady.
So you can carry a single drink in your hand?
It's heavy, and my left arm is my weaker one.
It is not heavy.
I'm worn out from the gym. It's a joke I was making.
Hydrate. It'll be good for you.
That's not hydration.
Shut up. No one cares. How is it?
Delicious, of course. What kind of tequila do you use?
Espolon.
Thought so.
I pretty much only use this one.
Now I will hydrate, Bram.
Espolon, it's squirt, it's muddled lime.
Squirt?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't realize we had someone over.
Squirt is a kind of grapefruit soda.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, it comes from squirt. But yeah, it's muddled limes, it's grapefruit juice, fresh grapefruit juice, squirt, Espolon, it's got a salt rim,
Uh-huh.
a little bit of salt in it.
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Got a pizza.
Upside down. You can take a slice. Feel free. Don't take too small a slice.
No, never agree with
Alright. I was in the hallway the whole time. Let's talk about that, because I believe that you were in the hallway the whole time, but you have not. There's somebody else there that you have not told us about. You claim to have been in that hallway the whole time. However, is it not a fact that you did something while you were in that hallway?
Of course I did something. I got in the door to lobby number 2, pal. What else?
Very well then. And what exactly does guarding that door entail?
Well, to put it simply, oh, I know. It was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch.
Oh? Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of?
You got it, pal. I didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered not to.
Child Francisca is so fucking scary. Look at her. She looks like Mithrigan.
Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden?
Because we're all in shock and in awe of your utter stupidity.
Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell a more believable one.
Ouch! But I'm not lying.
I should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close.
And until I heard the gunshot, I didn't take a single step away from the lobby number 2 door.
Alright, but you did, because I have the Swiss cake roll. Actually, better to present his handprint on the bench.
Objection!
I have an objection.
What is it, pal?
Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere?
Hey, it's one of those things. The courthouse special Swiss cake rolls, right, pal?
Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the sullied hallway bench.
Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that.
Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this. With your illicit sexual conduct.
Sorry, I took a big bite of pizza. I was hungry.
You inconsiderate, slovenly pig.
Hey, I promise to clean it up later, I swear.
Now then, shall we get down to business? About the fact that you didn't move even a single step from in front of that door. If that really were the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls?
Ah,
Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from in front of that door, how did you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands?
ouch!
It appears that Francisca's whip can do more damage than my words alone can.
All right, I confess, pal.
Excuse me, viewer.
I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? I thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on a job. So I didn't want to say anything.
Well, unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss cake rolls from the vending machine.
Okay, I'm sorry for lying. But that's all I'm sorry for, you got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back.
That last statement, it may sound like it makes sense. However, there's something I don't quite believe about it. Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us?
Huh? Of course not. I've got nothing else to hide, pal.
Objection!
Oh, if only that were true, Detective Gumshoe.
But it is true, pal. I swear there's nothing else.
Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you're aware of the price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct?
Huh? Remind me again, pal?
That vending machine out in the hallway is selling packs of 2 Swiss cake rolls for $6 a pack.
Erg.
And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right?
No.
Let me ask then, how did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation of that?
I told you I bought it by myself, pal.
It's my sacred duty to crush the garnish lime Barry gave me into the drink. Barry often says the lime's really just there as a garnish, but I like lime juice, so I always crush the limes that people bring me into the drinks that they bring me. That's my philosophy.
There wasn't anyone else in that hallway with me, so there's no one who could have helped me buy it. Wait, don't tell me. You got some kind of proof that there was someone else in the hallway?
Correct.
As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Wait, do you?
Of course I do.
What? How?
What proof do I have that there must have been someone else in the hallway? Take that!
What the heck is that? I knew you didn't really have anything. You prosecutors are all the same, always lying to people. You should stop, you know?
What the fuck?
I refuse to be lectured by the likes of you, detective.
Miles, how long do you plan on being strung along by this moronic detective?
I have no intention of falling for his lie because there is definitely a second person. If he was alone, that piece of evidence should not exist.
What fucking piece of evidence? I thought the balloon made the most sense. The cake roll that the girl had? She could have gotten it somewhere else.
Take that! Hey, you showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal.
I think you're under the mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls.
Wait, if you didn't buy it, that means you must have stolen it, you thief.
What? I would never do such a thing.
All you liars are the same. You start out as thieves. You're under arrest, pal.
I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what does that say about you, detective?
Yo!
I know, Bremy, but it's someone else. Her dad could have bought it from her. He was in the room right next to the vending machine. Of course, we haven't yet established that that was her dad, but it was. So is she Hafu? What's her dad's name in the Japanese script? Because I already verified that she has a Japanese name in the Japanese script. Bram, I would guess that they literally just added 2 zeros, or removed 2 zeros as the case may be. I would guess it was 600 yen and Gunshoe's bonus was 500 yen. It's like Crow something. Port-records.net isn't loading. Okay, here we go. Where is he? There he is. Kuro, Ichijo Kuro. Yeah, his name is Crow. Although they did give him kanji. Oh! He's Burn in this because Burn is Gaelic for raven. So saith Court-records. Kuro means to suffer through hard work. May also come from the romanization of Crow. No shit, man. It's Corvus Umbradox. Yeah, exactly. This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone.
Oh!
There were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them. But you then gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you?
No way, pal. You've got it all wrong. I ate both of them.
Good one, Edgeworth. Smooth moves.
It would appear that we've caught you at last.
Hey, don't you dare do anything bad to that girl.
It would appear that they do know each other after all. So why do you continue to come up to me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow? Edgeworth, she's like 10. That's what they do. Sometimes kids just come up to you and kick you.
I have a name and it's Kay.
Kay what?
Kay Faraday.
Faraday? Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter?
I'm not a you, I'm Kay.
Kay, you know, good little girls don't kick other people. Hey, Miles, has it escaped your notice that her dad was just murdered? Miles, do you maybe want to save the lecture about how good little girls don't kick other people for after you tell her that she's not going to see her papa for a little while?
Especially not hard enough to leave big, nasty bruises like the way you do.
Well, then you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister.
Gummy? My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe.
What a cute nickname you've given him.
Gummy didn't do anything wrong.
Kay,
It appears that I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail. No, don't. It's so hard for me to do her fucking voice, dude.
Rawr.
It's so hard for me to voice girl children.
It appears that we've caught you red-handed, eating a Swiss roll.
look, I'm sorry about lying to you, pal.
And? Do you have nothing else to say?
Sure do. It was so fluffy and sweet and big. It was perfection, pal. And totally worth every penny of my bonus.
I see.
What did you say?
Well, good for you, Detective.
I can't believe it, but it's almost funny when a foolish is unbelievably foolish.
It appears I will need to hear at least 500 more lines of dialogue from past Kay Faraday. Oh dear.
What is the matter, Your Honor?
I claim to hand down fair verdicts, but I unfairly cast suspicion on the big fella. If this had been a trial just now, I would have destroyed his life.
You destroy people's lives in your portion roll at a trial.
I am the guilty one. We all make mistakes, Your Honor. To err is human, to forgive divine, as they say. Oh, like my favorite Cornetto trilogy movie. I love Simon Pegg in that one.
Also, if you were to make a mistake during a trial, then it would be quite unforgivable. Thank you, Stream Elements. Before I strain my voice trying to voice this child, you might consider giving me money so that the whole wow, Enterprise is worth it. You can sit up here in the judge's seat. This must be the judge's desk. You can tell by the gavel sitting on top.
I had a dream once that I was being squashed from above by this gavel.
Such a weakling, Miles Edgefast. Oh, she talks to me like my sister does.
You have no idea how frightening it was.
Oh, fuck yes, dude.
What was the... What keeps appearing? What keeps appearing briefly? What am I being given a... There we go. Any day now, I'll be taking my rightful place behind this bench.
By that time, I should already be standing here.
It would be downright disgraceful if I beat you to it, wouldn't it?
If that were to happen, Francisca, I'll eat my cravat. It's the defense attorney's bench. I'd probably be standing on this side of the courtroom if that incident hadn't happened.
What are you thinking about? Lately, the more wrinkly your face becomes, the less I'm able to read what you're thinking.
Well, I never! I'll have you know I don't have a single wrinkle upon my youthful brow.
It's true, though. He's 20.
It's the witness stand.
I'll make sure that each and every person that ever stands here will be found guilty.
There are others besides the defendant that stand at this podium, you know.
Standard Hunter, thank you so much for the $25 donation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't care. Just make sure you'll never end up standing in front of this. Or you'll be sorry.
I'll keep that in mind.
All right, I've put it off for as long as I can. Hang on, let me take a swig of drink. This is gonna be really unpleasant.
Now then, Kay.
She's like a stray cat.
I wonder if I should feed her something.
Swiss cake roll.
Take that! Kay, I promise to give this to you if you calm down.
Oh, a Swiss roll.
It really belongs to you, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was saving it for Daddy.
Oh, my!
Yeah, now you notice that her dad has been killed, you assholes.
Your father, he's...
Don't you say another word, pal. She doesn't know yet.
Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking about how Daddy is not here anymore.
Don't worry, I can have my spirit channeler assistant channel the spirit of your father, and her tiny kimono will be burst open across his massive pecs.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him.
Okay.
I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry.
It's all right. Let it all out. Your father has just passed away, after all. Happened to me in this very courtroom, as a matter of fact. Holy shit! I should be feeling a lot more trauma right now. I myself was also involved in a case at this courthouse when I was a young child.
That's crazy. He's at the courthouse where his father was killed. He's been fine. Edgeworth, how the fuck did you let yourself get turned into a lawyer? No, Brent.
A case in which my father was a defense attorney passed away. This is the designated father murdering lobby. All my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day. Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. I'm so glad that I have my mentor, Manfred von Karma, to help me. A man who has never and would never kill anyone, much less my father. And now, to have this happen right in front of me. This child, I feel a certain shared fate, common bond between us. I think I'll forget her over the course of the next 7 years.
Not that amp. He's being poetic. Fine, so you can understand how thoroughly it was crushed. That's true, Faith.
My Edgevas, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to stand there and watch a lady cry?
You're right. Sorry about that. Okay. Here. How about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes? Check it out.
Here, I'll try to voice it right. Quiver. I don't know how to make a noise like that. I don't know what it's supposed to be. Honk! That's pretty good. You got Edgeworth.
No! My cravat! Don't blow your nose on that!
I feel better now, thanks.
I'm covered in snot.
If this was a just world, every one of his sprites from now on would have a dark splotch in the center of Cravat where she blew her nose.
Okay, are you gonna be alright?
A giant fucking nod.
Yep, I'm already alright. All that happened was my dad dying.
Somehow, I highly doubt that, but I'm not going to push it.
I promised Daddy I'd never cry in front of strangers.
And you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right?
That's right.
Gonk.
Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still gonna keep all my promises.
You're a very brave girl, Kay.
You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. Wow, they all love Kay so much. I guess her dad died.
I even testify that you didn't cry just for you.
Wow, Francisco willing to give false testimony.
Thank you very much, lady.
It's nothing. I'm only telling the truth after all.
Also, she's only like 3 years older than you.
It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francisca is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Your father. Kay, what kind of person was your father?
I better not have to present her with any evidence. I need to stop voicing her as soon as is humanly possible.
What kind of person was your father?
Daddy was a hero of justice.
You know what's crazy is that I don't know... Justice is Seigi, but I don't know Hero of Justice. even though I've heard it, or Ally of Justice specifically, even though I've heard it so many times, so many different Japanese pieces of media.
His job was to catch all the bad people in the world.
So, to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? Kinda cop-brained. It's none of my business. I suppose we are in a sense, as we're the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals.
Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss cake rolls.
Oh?
I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard.
I see. And what have you been working hard on?
I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy and I made together.
Notebook. Promises K. Promise notebook. May I take a look inside, K?
Sure, okay.
It appears to be an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later. Is he gonna turn out to actually have been right-handed, despite the ink smudge on his left hand? Oh, it doesn't get to, I don't get to see it, it doesn't actually show it to me. Promise 1, never take things from a stranger. Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger. But she took the Swiss cake roll from a stranger. Promise 3, always greet people with a smile. Oh my god, you guys! Guess what I saw today? I noticed for the first time a sign on the wall of my gym. It's right across from the bicep curl machine. They moved the bicep curl machine. It's not where it used to be. It briefly really confused me because there's a tricep extension machine where the bicep curl machine used to be, and the seats on both of them are identical. It's just what you do with your arms that's different. So I went to where the bicep curl machine used to be, and I looked down at it, and I was like, where the fuck do I put my hands on this thing? But anyway, across from the bicep curl machine was a sign of gym etiquette, and it was like, be respectful, you know, dress appropriately, only athletic wear, be clean, wipe down the machines when you're done with them. The last point of etiquette, the last imperative they gave was, smile, enjoy your workout. Which somehow felt familiar to me, I don't know. Anyway, always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Promise 4, never cry in front of strangers. Promise 5, always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. That's true, very pretty girls should always smile. What kind of gym do you go to? One where all the women are always extremely dolled up, but often not smiling, I would say. Very rare that people at the gym are smiling. Unless somebody at the gym is talking to someone they know, they are not smiling. Like when you're exhausting yourself on some sort of fucking apparatus, lifting weight for no practical purpose, you're not doing it like... Oh, hey, Alejandra. She works at Hooters. She works out at Hooters. Promise 4, never cry in front of strangers. Promise 5, always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. Oh, there we go. I had to use the arrow keys, not the A button. Daddy's job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules. Okay? Be a good girl and promise that you'll keep your promises to me, okay? Love, your daddy. Okay. Wonder what this notebook is going to contradict. I don't know. The only things that would contradict would be Kay's behavior. Because this last page, I don't know that I could use this to form a contradiction with anything I know about. Oh, you could say that this is evidence that he's the Yatagarasu because he says his job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules, and the Yatagarasu is like a vigilante who steals documents to prove that companies are hiding up their shady dealings. I work out with an expression of faint amusement tinged with longing for a world that can never be. Speaking of expressions at the gym, a guy who works at the front desk at my gym might have a crush on me. I can't tell. He always greets me by name when I walk in and leave. But he either has a crush on me, or he's like, he pities me because I'm trans. I can't tell. He looks at me with sadness in his eyes when he says my name. and I can't tell if it's longing or pity. Hey, I was drinking that.
I know.
Workout got me elegiac.
I think it's better. Different recipes. Lomas, but
This one's sweeter, huh?
yes.
I probably like the sweeter one more.
Think
You like the other one more?
the salt adds something. Come on.
That's true.
You want to finish that one?
No. Thank you. Faith says probably longer. I don't know Faith, because maybe he was the one who had to reprimand the girl I spoke to the first day I came to the gym on my own, and who directed me to the men's locker room. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero, just like your father. I reiterate that I have never been to the gym without false lashes on.
I'm gonna try.
Hey, Kay, so I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero, too.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. I have to press my throat.
Yeah, you're really cool too, Gummy.
Yeah, aren't I, Kay?
What is with the two of them?
I held out verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero too.
Why are they all competing for the approval of the 10-year-old? Yes, and thanks to your also heroic testimony, you almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail.
I'm really sorry about that.
Gummy is not a bad man, okay? I'll fucking kick you in the shin, old man. See if I don't know, fuck you up. I'll put you on the ground, old man.
That poor judge is being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay. Yes, Remy.
Yeah, we're friends.
In that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? No! Why is there another conversation option now? God. So I take it you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier. Why does she do that giant fucking nod?
Yep. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy snooping through. He was standing in the hallway staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi.
And when was this?
Huh? Oh, before everything got crazy.
How long were the two of you together? Children don't have that hard a conception of time, Edgeworth.
We only talked for a little while. And then we went on our own ways.
That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it.
Oh, which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess. Isn't that right?
You got me.
I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister.
Very well then. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later.
Swiss cake rolls.
At least I'm not gonna have any trouble doing Tyrell Bad's voice after this. Were you the one who bought this pack of Swiss cake rolls, Kay?
Well, I didn't really have a lot of money. And I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. That still wasn't enough, and I really, really wanted one.
Come to think of it, she did come and ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1. And that's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct?
Yeah, thanks a bunch for doing that, mister.
Sure. But let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct? Why are they rehashing this? We already know about this.
Well, that's why.
Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal.
Need I remind you that you're the one already under arrest?
Yow!
I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question.
Sorry about your roughly thing.
Yes, well, now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus. Don't worry, Kay, I have a spare. So here, you can have this one. Wow.
But Daddy said, never take things from a stranger.
Ah, it's one of those promises you made in your promise notebook, correct? Gumshoe, give this to her.
Yeah, look, see? It's right here on this page.
Yes, I saw it. All right then, I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely all right then, I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me next time we meet.
Okay. Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from strangers.
Ah, my spare cravat. Good as new. Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Uh-oh. I believe it is now crystal clear that you were with Little K in that hallway. Listen, Localizer, I understand he said K-chan in the Japanese, or whatever the fuck her name is, Chan. But we don't say little blank in English. It's a weird and unidiomatic thing to do. That's right, Faith. Oong.
Grr, I told you to stop being mean to Gummy.
Miles Edgevas, there's still something you have yet to resolve.
I beg your pardon? We say baby test, thank you.
You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us.
I mean, Barry, I've been calling her Baby K and Baby Francie.
That's, well,
Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake.
Don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay.
Oh, so that's why.
So, what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation.
His reason for lying is very simple.
What?
Here is what I believe to be his reason. From simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay, it's obvious the detective was lying for the young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. Because she took a Swiss cake roll from him. She maybe went somewhere with him. Interesting, never talk to strangers isn't on the list. That would seem to be a big one. Never cry in front of strangers, which she did. Take that!
Mr. Faraday and Kay's promise notebook? How does this explain anything?
If you could take a look at this page, it's clearly written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay. That's insane. That's fucking insane. It would have made so much more sense to say he didn't want her to be implicated in her own father's murder or something like that.
What a foolish of a foolish reason for a fool!
Yow!
Gummy, you lied because of me, didn't you?
Because I'm your friend, Kay. That's why.
Gummy,
At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now?
Guess there's no beating you up, pal. Okay, I'll spill the goods. I'd been standing guard for a while. I was getting really hungry. That snack vending machine was taunting me.
But all the cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss cake rolls.
Yeah, but then, like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up.
I have dialogue. I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy. So I wanted to buy a Swiss cake roll, but I only had about $1 in coins.
So we pooled my $5 and her $1 together, and bought a pack of Swiss cake rolls together.
But I was worried about breaking one of my promises. So then Gummy said,
Mr. Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad.
Oh, right, he's also his Gumshoe's boss.
But don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Besides, you bought it with me, so you didn't really get it from me, you know? You bought it with me, so you didn't really get it from me, you know?
he told me it'd be okay, and he gave me a whole roll to save and give to Daddy.
Who knew that Scarfe could be so considerate?
Indeed. Look at they're doing the same pose to each other. That's so fun, viewer. Look, they're doing the same pose across at each other. Isn't that so cute? I guess it's just a Von Karma pose. But anyway.
Detective, I take it then that you sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together?
Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right then.
Damn! You were out $5 for a half of a Swiss cake roll, man. That is some dedication to this stranger. Well, I guess she's not a stranger's child. She's his boss's child. Maybe he thought that he could get in good with his boss.
Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right then. The sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal.
Anyway, Kay, I believe this also belongs to you.
I have more dialogue. Oh, that's from the balloon I popped.
It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay. I don't think she could see it. It was up on the windowsill.
I'm sorry.
Well, I guess I can't blame you for not sawing this one piece away. It was sitting high up on the windowsill where you couldn't see it. So just this once, I forgive you.
That balloon. I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. And because of me, Gummy dropped his half of the Swiss roll.
You really got me there, pal.
So I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other roll. And then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister.
So you kicked me, is that it? $5 for 0 Swiss cake rolls. You sure are feisty, Van.
I'm really sorry, mister.
It's all right. I'm perfectly unharmed. But about this Swiss cake roll, would it be all right with you if I held on to it until Detective Gumshoe is clear of all charges and free to go? I'm starving. I skipped lunch.
Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay?
Of course. I promise. Now then, I believe we have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, not the shadow of a doubt, that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty. Which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murder.
Objection!
Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime.
What do you mean?
It's quite rude to eavesdrop, monsieur. I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with a penchant for whipping people. What? How dare you talk back with such insolence?
You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy.
Oh, and what have we here? What is a child doing here in a courthouse? Her father just died, Callisto. Bailiff, please take this child away.
Nah.
Miss Callisto, you! That girl is Mr. Faraday's...
I know, so what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run wild all around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her, to speak nothing of getting underfoot.
I suppose you're right. However, as long as we're in
agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, Detective, you were in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct?
Yeah, but
You see, isn't it obvious that it could only be the detective? He's the only person who could have gone into lobby number 2 at the time of the murders. Hi, MK! Great news, you missed me having to strain my voice painfully to voice a small child.
Ah! I have no counter-argument to that.
Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest.
But the investigation is far from over.
Oh, that's right. I was gonna speak to you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard?
I suppose it is.
Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. There aren't really any laws about conflict of interest in legal proceedings in Phoenix, right? Everyone has some kind of complicated relationship with people in every single case. Yes, for sure. They don't, Faith. That's Phoenix, right? Always keep a good eye on a criminal. You may regret what comes of your negligence. Oh, Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. This is unforgivable as a disciple of Von Karma. Down, Tigress. She's 13, ma'am. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation. So, we're back to square one. Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all of the circumstantial evidence. This investigation is not over yet. There's still one location we have yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Ms. Yu were at the time of the crime. Lobby number 1. Callie, I don't do voice training. Somewhat infamously. September 10th, 5:45 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1.
What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent?
Bren, okay, so I think this is how we're gonna do this. I'm setting a timer for 10 minutes instead of 5 minutes. Normally I talk in bimbo voice for 5 minutes, but I'm gonna be voicing the characters most of the time, which means that I'm only gonna be doing the bimbo voice when I talk to you guys directly, right now. So,
What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent?
it smells like flowers.
Oh, that's true. Thank you, Stream Elements. Viewer, if you wanted to donate to support the channel, I'd be very grateful. Thank you.
Wait, I don't wish to bimbofy them. I'm having too much fun doing their actual voices. Oh God, she's still here. God in heaven, help me.
Uncle Bad, is this it?
Isn't that Detective Bad and Kay over there?
It looks like she managed to escape the bailiff.
No, that's not quite it.
Aw, too bad. But it's so pretty.
I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it.
Thanks, I'll treasure it always.
Those two seem to get along rather well.
Oh, here, I've got something else for you.
Yay! Thank you, Uncle Bad. Earlier, I ate one of these with Gummy.
Gummy? Oh, you mean Gumshoe?
Gummies. He was trying to be nice to me because I was gonna get in trouble. And then he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Gummy. I know he didn't kill Daddy.
Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying.
I'm not crying. I just have a lot of fucking lines.
Kay.
No, dude. No, dude. We just got out of the fucking scene with her. Why you're immediately giving me so much more fucking dialogue? Oh my fucking Christ.
Oh, it's the mister from before and the lady, too.
Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being?
You're not involved in the investigation, so it's for the best if you do.
Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant, so I'm related to the investigation.
Is that so, Detective Bad?
Yeah, I guess.
What? You were just scolding us like kids not to mess with the crime scene. And now you let this child run free? Why?
People are free to investigate things outside the actual crime scene. You also had a few things you wanted to look into. Got a problem with that?
I don't have a problem with that, but I'm curious as to what Ms. Yu is looking into.
Uncle Bad, I'm gonna go look somewhere else now, okay?
All right, I'm counting on you.
Oh, that's right. Hey, mister.
Yes, what is it?
Do you think she called him Oji-san or Oni-san in Japanese? He's only 20, so I feel like she should really be calling him Oni-san. But Mr. makes me think she was calling him Oji-san, and also he's, you know, everybody's treating him like he's older than he actually is. I forgot to do the bimbo voice there. I'm sorry.
I know Gummy really isn't the bad guy. I mean it. So please, find the real bad guy, okay?
I won't forgive whoever did this. In the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there's no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. She wandered off while I was pondering. Thank God! She left the game forever and won't be coming back until she's a grown adult. Hello? Detective Bad, what exactly was Kay searching for?
Nothing that concerns you, boy.
Oh, and I suppose it has something to do with Kay.
It does because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point. I don't have time to waste.
I wish it was a lolly that he was taking out of his shirt and not a mirror. It would be cute if he licked like you know, one of those big swirly lollipops that mother buys you after you spend the day at the fair, and she awards you a lollipop for being in excellent humor. It sounds like he'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again.
What? It's me, Detective Bad. I don't have anything to say to you.
Backsack, if you're asking because of my username, you might be unaware that Strong Bad E-Girl is a pun on Strong Bad Email, a series of cartoons on the Homestar Runner website that ran from approximately 2000 to 2010? I don't know, when did Strong Bad Email stop?
Be that as it may, we still have questions that we need answers to. Now then, first of all, what is the overpowering smell that is permeating this room? Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate.
It's that ultra-strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. I was having a bad time of it myself. I didn't think twice and opened the window, but that smell's still there.
Perfume, huh? So the sweet scent in the air is perfume.
Well, it's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap no-name brand.
She said it's a famous brand from overseas.
It's a knockoff. Yes, definitely a knockoff.
No disrespect, but she forced one of those bottles on me. Here, little girl, you can have it.
I was born for much more expensive and refined perfume. However, seeing as how you just happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Miles Edgeworth, you will hold on to this bottle without fail.
Why can't she ever be honest about her wants?
I'm always asking that about my sisters. Ms. Yu's perfume. Perfume given to Bad by you. Same perfume as the one spilled in lobby number 1. Oh, is this not lobby number 1? I know, they're just saying that the same perfume was given to him as was spilled.
So now we have the perfume Ms. Yu wears. Just fantastic.
Is that all you wanted to talk about? If so, I'm going back to investigating.
Actually, I still have a few other things I wish to inquire about.
I'm noticing that if I, thrust my chest out and broaden my shoulders as I do Bad's voice, it helps me drop my voice better. During the recess.
So you were in this room the entire recess?
Like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big lug down here. But other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here.
At least your story is consistent.
Earlier, you stated that you were in this lobby with Ms. Yu.
Yeah, I ran into her in the hallway. She said she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here.
Then what you're saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Ms. Yu were in two different locations.
Guess I am.
Interesting.
Speaking of that lawyer, she seems to have quite a dislike for you.
Ooh,
Let's see, Ms. Yu is the sister of the victim of the KG-8 incident. And as I recall, Detective Bad was the lead detective on that case. I wonder if the reason for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Cece, but because you were the lead detective on the case.
You knew?
I also know that today's trial involving the Kodopian Embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KG-8 incident. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me and told me the truth behind your relationship with Ms. Yu and Mr. Faraday, and the KG-8 incident.
If you already know that much, I guess it'd be alright to tell you.
Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KG-8 incident.
It's not exactly a happy story. Other than the people who are directly involved, you two will be the first to hear what I'm about to tell.
He does have a lollipop! I must have remembered in the back of my mind from when I played this as a kid that he had a lollipop, which is why I thought his mirror was one. He does have a lollipop. He's like the cool kid from Jimmy Neutron. Doesn't he also have a lollipop that he keeps in his mouth though it's a cigarette? Thank you, I will have a treat. What kind of treat do I want? I feel like the Sour Patch Kids would kind of upset my palate with respect to the drink I'm drinking. I might go for another piece of pizza rather. I've prepared a plate that I can rest the pizza on when I'm not eating it. Let me just rest this pizza on top of my booze. Thank you, Standard Hunter, for the treat for Tash. God, bad. Your lollipop really derailed my stream.
The honest truth behind the KG-8 incident. Faraday, you and I. As you already know, we three were involved with the KG-8 incident. Faraday and I, we were originally on the trail of a smuggling ring.
You mean the smuggling case involving one of the Amano Group's secretaries?
That trial was just a front.
A facade? Could you please phrase it in European so that I can understand better, thank you?
Yeah, but the case became tainted. All because the witness was going to testify about the Amano Group's ties to the smuggling ring. CCU was killed.
Then what became of the secretary who was arrested?
His name was Colin Devore. To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring. But he confessed to knowing about it anyway. Devore was probably being intimidated by the big boss man. Just another scapegoat.
The boss man of the Amano Group? You can't seriously mean Mr. Ernest Amano. That can't be right. It's probably just Detective Bad's personal hypothesis. What is he trying to do, suspecting Mr. Amano of being involved with smuggling?
I suppose it would have been quite difficult to secure an acquittal after he'd confessed. But the man who killed CCU, Manny Korchen, was a completely different person. But since he's already been acquitted once of her murder... Mr. Faraday, how could you have let him go?
If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him.
Well, that wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, CC, I was supposed to protect them both.
Ms. Yu did mention that as well. About how Detective Bad was supposed to guard her sister.
But even I was supposed to protect them. I fell into their trap.
What kind of a trap?
The holes in this jacket are a testament to that trap.
Why don't you change your jacket ever?
You mean you were fired upon?
You were shot at? You were shot at that many times in one gunfight?
No, only about half of these are from that case. But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself of the lessons I learned from the KG-8 incident.
I see.
I couldn't protect CCU, and the suspect was found not guilty. We had hit a brick wall, as far as the law was concerned. And that's when she came to the courtroom, the victim's sister. That's when I first met Callisto Yu.
Relation to you. Did he duck into the jacket like a turtle? Maybe. I'm imagining it like the scene from Cowboy Bebop that's in black and white and Jet's wearing the suit, and then he runs out and there's a spotlight on him, he goes, "A setup!" And then it fades to white. About when you first met Ms. Yu. It was on the day of the verdict of the KG-8. It was on the day the verdict of the KG-8 incident was handed down, was it not?
Yes. Faraday and I, we apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. It was all we could do. But just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. And then she gave me a hard slap across the face.
Well, she certainly had a lot of self-control to stop just a slap. If it was me, not even 100 lashes would have been punishment enough. For example, if you were responsible for the shooting of my sister, Edgefast.
I suppose not. You said it herself, that she never wanted to see either of us ever again.
But after that, you've seen her many times over, correct? Is she like blackmailing him, maybe?
Yeah, Faraday and I, even after the KG-8 incident come to a close, we continued to hunt down the smuggling ring and got involved in a variety of cases. But it was no use. We cracked so many different cases, but the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring.
Is the ring really that big?
It was in the pursuit of the ring that we met you once again.
Pursuit of the Ring is my favorite chapter of Lord of the Rings.
It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor, and I, as the lead detective, took to the witness stand. She appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney. Her client was related to the smuggling ring, and
her client was related to the smuggling ring and she was defending them? You look a lot less hot in this drawing, Tyrell Bad, than you usually do. This makes you look a lot scrawnier. You're more barrel-chested in your talk sprite.
Miles, come here. I want to show you this hillside I go to. Clear my mind.
I think Barry was talking about Callisto and Bad, not Miles and Bad, but sure, MK.
Miles, you know what party and play means?
What does he say?
I get a bad taste in my mouth out here. Like I can smell the saccosphere, ash, aluminum.
Oh, okay, Barry, my mistake.
Yeah. You was pursuing the ring as best she could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rel this time, for the same reason.
Come to think of it, Ms. Yu did say something to the same effect. I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG-8 incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer? Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rel was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him, ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to.
It doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable.
You're so naive, little girl. Now, I could have stolen this lollipop from you. That's how naive you are.
How dare you insult the daughter of a Von Karma?
Just like us, you felt that she had hit the limit of what the law could do. That's all.
The law's merely a tool. There is no limit to it, only the skill of the craftsman.
You two are still too young, and one day you'll know what I mean. But enough sidetracking. What matters is that we met you again, in pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all.
Relation to Faraday. So what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kay fairly well. He's the DA, and Bad is a detective.
I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor. Known him ever since. And Kay, I've known her since the day she was born. I delivered her myself. Faraday and I, we cracked quite a few cases together.
But you two seem to have made no progress at all in the Yatagarasu case.
That's right. I'm her mother.
Did we touch a nerve?
I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatagarasu than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial. To prove that Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time, to prove or disprove the accusation. But I guess I won't be doing that either.
I sense that there's more to that statement than meets the eye. Perhaps a bit more digging into the Yatagarasu is what's necessary. Delivered her in a smoke-filled room on a poker board game table.
They play poker in Apollo Justice.
You claim to know much about the Yatagarasu. Would you care to share what you know with me?
What you two should be looking for right now is proof of murderous intent towards Faraday and Rel.
I agree, which is exactly why I'm asking you about the Yatagarasu.
What?
The KG-8 incident and this second KG-8 incident. Both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring. And in both of these cases, the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there is one point in which they differ, and that is the presence or absence of the great thief Yatagarasu. Mr. Rel claimed to be the Yatagarasu. However, in the middle of the trial, he suddenly declared Mr. Faraday to be the real Yatagarasu. Then, during the recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd?
Yes, Edgevas! Stop beating around the bush and just spit it out already!
I believe that there must be some reason that the two men suspected of being the Yatagarasu were both killed at the same time.
A reason? Huh.
And so, in order to catch Mr. Faraday's and Mr. Rel's cold-blooded killer, I feel that I need to learn as much as I can about the Yatagarasu.
If it'll help you solve this case, then I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason why we've never caught the Yatagarasu.
What was that sudden outburst for? You almost made me whip you by accident.
Ow! It still accidentally whipped me anyway.
There are three main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever.
I see. So those are the Yatagarasu's special traits.
Sounds like an incredibly elusive safe.
The Yatagarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as low-brow as commit murder. That's how I knew that Rel was the real Yatagarasu right away.
But you can't use that sort of logic on his own to prove that he wasn't.
Listen, little girl, I'm not done talking yet. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police, and the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodopian embassy, the Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu sent the evidence?
Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media, but not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I,
Shit.
and a select few others knew about.
In that case, how can you be so sure that it was the Yatagarasu who sent it?
That's easy. A special card that only the Yatagarasu uses was attached. And that's how I can be so sure.
And just what sort of card is it?
Here, take a look at this article. Whenever the Yatagarasu wants to publicize something, a white card is sent along with the stolen information.
Mercurial News, Special Edition. Yatagarasu haunts embassy. The noble Yatagarasu, vigilante of the business world, reappears.
But when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was.
And that's how Detective Bad knew that Mr. Rel was a phony. Thank you very much. I have a much better understanding of the Yatagarasu now. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you could please head over to the courtroom, it'd be much appreciated, sir. Understood. I'll be there shortly. Detective Bad, what does the law mean to you? That's what they asked Jimmy in his reinstatement hearing.
Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive.
Jimmy should have tried that one. I became a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself, and to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty. September 10th, District Court, Courtroom number 3. Sorry, Bad's voice does also hurt my throat. It's fun to do, but it hurts. September 10th, Bad and Child K being in the same case is a lot. That's a lot of voice straining. Thank you, Brent. Is my Tyrell Bad kind of... Jesus Christ, Barry. Is my Tyrell Bad kind of like a lower pitched Clint Eastwood? Right? Because Clint is like, there are two kinds of men in this world. Those with guns and those who dig. September 10th, District Court, Courtroom number 3.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth.
It appears that His Honor is still a bit dispirited. Meanwhile, the judge, it's the opposite of straining my throat. When I do the judge's voice, I have to really open up my throat.
For the first time,
Which is why it makes me yawn.
for the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness stand. I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony.
There's no reason for you to feel depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict.
Francisca, there's no need to further depress His Honor.
I'm not trying to, Miles.
Your Honor,
Uh,
Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me.
Here,
Your Honor? The evidence? Your Honor!
Oh! You! Yes, can I help you?
I'd like to collect the evidence now, sir. Your Honor, do you think you can stay focused long enough to at least do your job?
Yes, I'm sorry. And I would accept that the defense attorney has yet to arrive.
She's busy with the investigation. Yeah, what the fuck? Why does she get to take part in the investigation? Normally we play as the defense attorney, they keep us out of the investigation. So let's keep this brief, shall we?
Very well. In that case, please confirm that all the pieces of the evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell are also included. So please go ahead and use them in your investigation into the case.
Understood, Your Honor. The pieces of evidence that were used in the murder of those two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find new leads regarding their case. And maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth.
I've placed all of the evidence over at the prosecutor's bench for you.
I see. Thank you very much. I will go and confirm that they are all accounted for. So this is the evidence related to today's Codopian embassy trial from Mr. Faraday's bag.
You mean the evidence bags that was on the table in lobby number 2, right?
Yes. Finally, we can now take a look at the evidence itself, not just data about them.
Thank you, Stream Elements, for reminding the beautiful, precious, kind, and loving viewer that if they enjoy the stream, they can donate to help support it. And I need very many monies, because the IRS is coming from my thumbs.
Wait, what did you say? Okay. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time.
Great. I want to take a good look at all of the evidence from the embassy matter, too.
And why is that?
Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about.
Oh! Don't point your crop at me just because you don't know something.
And don't you try to order me around just because Papa chose you today.
I see someone is still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma.
It's also real, just as a knife up close.
So we have the knife, the gun, an envelope. What's this organizer doing here?
Oh, that's right. I completely forgot to tell you.
About what, Your Honor?
They found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside that evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested that it be passed along to you. He said it would help the investigation.
Detective Bad said that?
What a strange stroke of luck.
Well, never look a gift horse in the mouth. We might as well flip through it, too. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Planner. Mr. Faraday's organizer. It appears he was in the habit of using it.
It looks like you want his strategy for getting Mr. Rell convicted down in here.
I've collected the evidence I need to prove that Rell was the killer. Between the handgun Rell had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove he was the one. It appears that Mr. Faraday honestly believed that Mr. Rell was the killer in this case. The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rell is not the real Yatagarasu. And it would also appear that he had proof that Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu. No matter how he may try to play it, as long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove he's a phony.
Oh, the key that Kay wears in her hair in the future.
If I present it to him in court, it should clear everything up. He apparently also had a very definitive piece of evidence. It's been a long battle. I hope that this will finally bring it to an end. Yes, I believe that Mr. Faraday was well prepared to discredit any claim Mr. Rell may have made about being the real Yatagarasu.
And he had to wait to prove that Miss Rell was the guilty party in the embassy matter.
This organizer is a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it a thorough read later. Mr. Faraday's organizer data, jotted down in my organizer.
Look, there's a picture stuck between the pages here.
It appears to be a key.
And a rather ornate one at that. Just look at the design on the handle.
The craftsmanship is superb. Could this be the Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer?
The Yatagarasu's key?
Detective Bad said something right.
What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodopian embassy, the Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu sent the evidence?
Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others knew about.
Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep the secret key safe.
As the prosecutor on both the Yatagarasu and smuggling ring cases, that's to be expected.
Yatagarasu's key data jotted down in my organizer. A photo of the key the Yatagarasu sent. It has a rather unusual shape.
It's the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday.
Who would have thought such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cool act?
And it's never crossed your mind that you use your riding crop for the wrong purpose? That's odd.
She uses it to motivate beasts of burden like it was intended for.
What is it?
Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer.
That certainly is odd.
The weapon that was used to kill the Kodopian embassy staff member was the gun. But if that's the case, then where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from?
Isn't it obvious? It was brought to the courtroom by Mr. Rell. That's the only logical conclusion, right?
No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside.
In that case, how do you suppose the knife ended up inside the courthouse?
I need to think carefully here. There's nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there's one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed to have seen today. Oh! So in order to solve this mystery, I believe I will need to take another good look at the evidence.
Nice Edgevars. Can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have an answer for me?
Actually, I do know the answer, Francis.
What? Then what is it?
One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been hiding a secret of its own. And it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse.
It's the key. It's a key knife. They have the same handle.
This Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentions in his organizer. This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse.
Not making any sense, Miles Edgevars.
You just need to look a bit closer, Francisca, to see what I mean. Don't the color and ornamentation of the key's handle remind you of anything?
Oh, is it a switchblade? They do remind me of the knife.
Very good. Both the Yatagarasu's key in this photo and the murderous knife have this very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yatagarasu's key,
Makes her look closer and he's doing it.
the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife.
You don't seriously mean to say?
It appears that you've finally caught up. And yes, I do mean to say that these two pieces are in fact one and the same.
But that's impossible!
Even if that is what you believe, we should still investigate this possibility. Now then, let us examine this knife in a little more detail.
Yeah, look. It's the same pattern, just split down the middle. Yep.
I can't believe it turned into a key! The things have such a trick to this thing!
So the weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key the Yatagarasu stole. This piece of information is more critical than anything we've learned up until now.
Yatagarasu's key data updated in my organizer.
Frankly, I'm shocked.
Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of this piece of evidence in his organizer. It's possible that even he had no idea the key was holding a knife. Possible that even he had no idea the key was hiding a knife blade inside.
But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday.
Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. Meaning that the only person it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place.
the great thief Yatagarasu.
Then maybe Mr. Rel really was the Yatagarasu. And he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday. Isn't that one possible scenario?
No, not really. Especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. Besides, as Detective Bad said earlier,
But when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was.
I see. Alright then. I guess the person who knows the trick behind this key is someone else, and that person is the real Yatagarasu.
it seems that this key is truly the key to solving this case.
Fuck you, Edgeworth.
Knife data updated in my organizer. Wow, those were two very full pieces of evidence. This gun was originally used to kill the Kodopian Embassy staff member. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Rel still holding it, which led to his immediate arrest.
And Sam, this gun took the original shooter's life. How ironic.
Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence. But what's in here? I took a quick look through these documents before the trial started.
Well, I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it.
I suppose I should explain it to you then.
Yes, you should. Perfectly and in its entirety, if you please.
On the night of September 8th, an embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. This gun can transform into an iPad for some reason. The staff member died of shock due to being shot in the heart. Mac Rel was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned, because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot.
A simpleton of a man, that's what he was.
Perhaps he was for the weapon. Perhaps he was, but the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence we had. Mr. Rel was caught in the act on film by a security camera.
He was an even bigger simpleton than I'd thought. I can't believe he didn't notice the security camera.
The Kodopian Embassy's security system is supposedly very well designed. He may have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area.
So, have you seen the contents of the video for yourself?
That's terrible. Yes, the surveillance video the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Mr. Rel on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear.
So the footage included sound, huh? I don't think I'd ever want to see the moment of someone's death in real life.
Me neither. But I did when my dad was killed in front of me. That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence. And the piece that's missing is the surveillance video that was played in court.
The surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go?
The video showing the moment in which Mr. Rel committed the murder. Where could it have gone indeed? Maybe it's still in the VCR.
Are you done with your inspection of the evidence?
Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I'm missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence.
Your Honor, were you neglecting your duties?
What? No, I dare not lick my duties. What do you take me for?
No, Your Honor, the most important piece of evidence in today's trial. The surveillance video is not amongst the evidence you laid out for me.
But I brought Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime scene?
Oh my god, in the television. There's something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would appear that for me to find the answers I seek, I'll have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime, defendant lobby number 2. I really hope I can beat this kid. Oh no! Young Shilong Lang? Why? Edgeworth, you didn't remember meeting all of these people? September 10th, 6 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. Oh man, between Shilong Lang and Bad, it's gonna be Growly versus Growly over there. That's Detective Bad. But who is he with?
I've never seen that officer before.
So, did you find it?
No, not yet, and I've looked everywhere.
I see. Well then, Please continue with the search.
Understood. I'll continue the search.
So you're the one running this show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't even be allowed at crime scenes.
How dare you? Just who do you think you are?
I'm not gonna have a talk sprite because they didn't want to draw me in this suit.
What was that all about? And who's that man just now?
Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life.
Does he even know that we're standing right here behind him?
I know you're standing right behind me. What do you want, kids?
It looks like you've it looks like you were paying attention after all.
Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head.
Oh, so that mirror isn't for vanity's sake. It's for him to keep an eye out on who or what is behind him at all times. So tell me, Detective Bad, who was that rude man just now?
The guy came here from the Republic of Zhang Fa to study. He's Agent Blank. He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. Sounds cool, right? I bet you'd like to play an entire game with him as the primary antagonist. He's traveling the world to study different philosophies of detainment from scratch.
By visiting various police departments around the world, he has a lot of dedication, a lot of time on his hands.
He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him. The guy's more useful than Gumshoe, even if he is rude.
Well, he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time.
I agree. However, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to. Anyway, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bad?
Earlier, that little girl was poking around in lobby number 1 as well.
Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you.
I highly doubt that it has nothing to do with me. Fine, if this is the game I must play, then I will take this opportunity to draw out what he's been hiding and what happened in this room straight from him.
Hi, AK.
I wonder if the killer used these plastic bags in a flash of inspiration.
This that detective? I somehow doubt he's that quick-witted.
So you're saying that this crime was thought out in advance?
Mit that detective? I somehow doubt he's capable of making such a complex plan.
Francisca, when will you learn to take responsibility for your statements?
Was this table here all along?
I suppose so.
Objection!
Well, clearly it's out of place. When you take the sofa into consideration, that table is much too tall.
I get the impression the two are not meant to be used as a set, Francisca.
I knew that.
Seems she's lost her calm sense of judgment in her eagerness to defeat me. The curtains are shut tight. Can I open them, please?
The color of those curtains is rather gloomy. For a place where people's lives are in balance, they could have chosen to hang something a little more cheery, you know?
I know, however, I think the designer had more things to think about than the lobbies.
Well, as a form karma, I would afford any location related to the law extra attention to detail.
A bit obsessive, aren't we? What? No, don't leave. Oh, I don't have any thoughts to piece together. But I should, because I never solved the open window mystery.
Oh, regular zebra, thank you for the raid. Hi, guys.
I suppose it's impossible to enter or exit through these windows thanks to these bars.
I suppose you're right.
Actually, that's not true. I bet a person of small stature could slip in. Francisco, would you care to help me test my theory? Oh! Crap, I must remember to be more tactful around the vertically challenged.
He's really rude about her height in this. Regular zebra, did you have a good stream?
Earlier you were in lobby number 1, and now you're here in lobby number 2. What's up with that? You are quite the busy man, Detective Bad.
Multiple returns to a crime scene brings about success. That's what we detectives say.
I see. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I asked about what happened again, correct?
I don't have anything left to say to you, boy.
Ah, boy, you'll see. I will draw my answer from you one way or another.
Would it kill you to help us even a tiny bit in the investigation?
I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's help enough, don't you think?
The voice I'm doing for Franziska is tending towards a specific woman's German accent, but I cannot think of what it is. It's maybe the lady from Tony Erdmann? I don't hear that many women speaking German. Please, we're asking for just a tiny bit more of your cooperation.
Don't push me, kid.
I'd like to ask once again about what happened around here at the time of the crime.
I refuse to answer. Any more investigating you do would be a waste of time. Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about?
Things you don't know about, but aren't you supposed to know everything?
He's not Einstein. He should. Wait, is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind that piece of evidence. I should try showing it to him. It may prove to be the key to getting some answers from Detective Bad. Not knife. Key. Detective Bad, did you know of the existence of the item in this photograph?
Of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Yatagarasu case.
In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday and this Yatagarasu's key are one and the same?
What? That's impossible.
It looks like he didn't know after all.
This piece of evidence, which we call the Yatagarasu's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Yatagarasu's key to prove that Mr. Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Isn't that correct?
I guess so.
However, Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was in fact a knife.
Yeah, I have to admit, neither one of us knew that fact. And if neither of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either. How did we miss something as big as this?
I noticed that since a little while ago, you appear to be searching for something. I presume that this key is what you were searching for.
Yes, that's right.
And why were you searching for it?
Because I promised Faraday. I promised that I'd protect that key with my life. But after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought that the key is what took Faraday's life?
Detective Bab, so that we may find the truth, please testify for me once more.
All right. But it doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened. Nothing'll change.
Holy fucking shit, dude. I am so worn out. From the talking and the gym and the moving around and the getting up early. Time of the murder. Detective Bab, I ask that you please testify once more about what happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1.
My answer is still the same. And this is the last time I'm gonna do this.
And that's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear everything up. And find the truth behind this case. Wow, 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 wow. Detective Bad's movements.
I was in lobby number 1, talking with you. We were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. I saw Gumshoe goofing around out there, and then we all ran into lobby number 2.
It sounds like the exact same story he told us before.
Indeed. However, I feel that we have yet to draw out all the information that we can.
The weather, perfume, who's boning who down at the precinct.
What were you talking about?
Hold it!
What were you talking about? I was hoping you could expand on what exactly you were discussing with Ms. Yu.
Trivial stuff. It was nothing important.
That's for me to decide. All right, I suppose that's for him to decide. Moving on then. Come on, Edgeworth.
Hold it!
Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary?
I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot.
If the gunshot Detective Bad heard was really the one from the murder, that would give that other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. What other piece of evidence? The lack of powder birds? I ask that you please amend your testimony with that statement just now.
Sure.
Didn't hear any other strange sounds until that. Oh, right.
Objection!
Detective Bad, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything? RB, the balloon popping was 20 minutes before the trial. The shot that Bad is testifying to having heard was right before the trial, or was supposed to convene. Detective Bad, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything?
It's the same color as the one Kay was holding.
Oh, so you know about that girl's balloon.
Yeah, I was sitting with her up in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled that balloon up for her.
At what helium tank here in the courtroom? Well, as you may have already surmised, this piece did indeed come from Kay's balloon.
So, what about the balloon?
I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point.
What are you getting at?
This fragment was found in the hallway, right in front of lobby number 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook as a gunshot.
Oh, so the sound that the judge heard was not actually a gunshot, huh?
On top of that, his honor said that he had the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was to be convened.
Yes, which means that His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway when you were in lobby number 1, Detective Bad. Yeah, Barry. Well, that's what they look like. That's what they've always looked like. If you look at Edgeworth's front-facing sprite from the first game, here, let me lay it on you. You guys won't believe this fucking shit. It's so nice to just have court records open. Look at, oh my god, his chest. Look at how broad his chest is here. Look at that. Yeah, honestly, in all of his original sprites, he looks pretty barrel-chested. Anyway, straight out of the Office Yaoi Dojins. Gaga, what? The horrible growly voice that I was doing for Detective Bad, or the German voice I was doing for who? You were close enough that you should have heard the balloon popping as well.
So?
What? Don't give me a so!
We just proved it says a flaw in your testimony.
The crackling of the truth is louder than the sound of your sweet naivete cracking.
What? We lost game audio. Shit. I'm sorry. You did lose game audio. I accidentally deleted the game audio instead of the Edgeworth sprite. I'm sorry about that. That's on me.
You ever stop to think why the doors and walls of this place seem so rugged? That's because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked.
What is that supposed to mean?
The doors and walls are super thick. The window panes are double layered. To top it all off, even the curtains are made of a special sound-absorbing material.
Then you mean... What did... Tend to gain a few pounds after 22. Regular Zebra Scythe, I had a special version of this because I went from cutting weight for rowing to not doing that and gained 60 pounds. Wow.
Since I was shut up inside lobby number 1, there was no way I could have heard that sound.
I gained 20 pounds over the last few years, but that was the result of a concerted effort on my part to intake more calories because my weight was dangerously low.
No!
No! I knew that's what he was going to say.
Since that means that Scarface's testimony is completely useless. If the rooms are soundproof, then of course he wouldn't hear any sign of a struggle. Yo!
I'm me.
Lane Tonight Queen, thank you for the $10 donation. Let's watch Lane Tonight, Barry.
That's also why it's only natural that I didn't hear the balloon popping. Now do you get it, kids?
But he opened a window because Cece spilled her stinky perfume. So he would have been able to hear it. Also, thank you, Stream Elements. Viewer, if you like my stream, you might consider donating to support it and me.
Miles, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in his logic. Not the other way around.
The other way around? It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if one were in lobby number 1. However, if we examine the situation in reverse, a person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear the real gunshot either. And yet Detective Gumshoe claims to have heard it while he was standing in the hallway. Detective Bat, if that is the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot?
What do you mean, how? I just did.
It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words.
Oh, how so?
If the rooms are as soundproof as you say they are, then how did the sound of the gunshot enter your ears?
I see what you mean. I guess I'm more out of it in Faraday's murder than I thought.
Which means what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it all boil down to?
It boils down to this. There must be a reason as to how Detective Bat and Gumshoe heard a gunshot they theoretically couldn't have.
It looks like we need to examine the state of the crime scene again, huh?
The state of the crime scene. Wait, can it be?
It's that ultra-strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it.
A window in lobby number 1 was opened to allow the perfume Ms. You spilled to dissipate.
What?
And way too noisy. Very loud television. Lobby number 2's television. Looks like it was set to an incredibly high volume. Oh, the video of the earlier shooting.
The surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go?
Logic. Scent of flowers is in the air, dissipating the smell. AK, thank you so much for the $5. It's simply not possible for the killer to have escaped through barred windows. And yet, the fragrance of the perfume managed to escape from defendant lobby number 1. Of course, incorporeal things can move freely through these open barred windows. The murderer was a ghost! Very loud television. Missing evidence. No. The pieces don't fit together quite right. Oh, incorporeal things like sound is what they want. Now then, what else besides a smell can go both in and out of an open barred window? The answer is sound. So no matter how careful the killer was, if the windows were open, the jig would be up. It would be so fucked if you found out a ghost did a murder. How would you prove it? The perfect crime. Willie, actually, in the second Phoenix Wright game. And since the windows in both defendant lobby number 1 and the hallway were open, That explains. Oh, and also the third Phoenix Wright game. That explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard in both locations. I have not played Ghost Trick. I was interested in it though when I was a Phoenix Wright fan and going to court-records.net as a kid. Missing evidence. Gunshot could be heard. Baba Booey. The missing piece of evidence is a video. That shows the moment in which Mr. Rel killed the embassy staff member. The sound of the gunshot left quite an impression on me when it was played during the trial. The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for the recess, and brought back here. If it disappeared after that time, then it's possible that the tape is still here in this room. Eureka! The evidence that the missing evidence created for me is the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place.
Miles, what have you been thinking about? Stop wasting time thinking and let's start looking again.
It's not a waste of time to think, for I have figured out where we should look.
And where would that be?
I believe we should examine the television.
Wow, look in the VCR for the VHS tape. That's genius, Miles. I'm so glad you had to sit and think about it for 10 minutes.
The TV. Well, you kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like.
Begin investigation. I mean, we won't have to investigate for long, will we? Thank you, Bremy.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. It's a video player, and there seems to be a videotape inside.
It looks like it. The tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end.
This tape, could it not be the missing surveillance tape?
I suppose, but...
Detective Bad, would it be alright with you if I verified the contents of this video?
Sure. Knock yourself out.
Alright, so let's rewind this and see what we have.
If I remember correctly, the footage of Rel killing the embassy staff member should be at about the 30-minute mark from the start of the tape.
Understood. This should be about right. Now then, let's see.
RB, in fairness, I think this case is set in exactly 2010. I could be wrong. Maybe it's like 2012. Oh, this is the footage of Mr. Rel shooting the embassy staff member.
I knew it. The missing piece of evidence, the surveillance video, was here all along.
Surveillance video data jotted down in my organizer. They get a lot of mileage out of that videotape icon. They use it all the time.
This sound. What's the meaning of this?
It appears that Detective Bad has figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard. With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind this double murder.
Do you mean that you figured it all out, then?
Yes. All I have to do now is show what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it.
Fine. In that case, show me what you've deduced.
Now to show what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from, which is redundant.
Oh no. What do you want me to do? Where do you want me? It wants me to point out a contradiction with a point on the screen. You just want me to choose the video and point it at the window?
Eureka!
If the door and windows to the crime scene, namely this room that we're in, were closed,
They should have an HD DVD of the killing. They can't find anything to view on.
the killer could have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser.
That's true. This courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing as it were.
However, what happened in reality was Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Ms. Yu, all three of them heard the gunshot.
Well, the windows in lobby number 1, number 2, and the hallway were open. So naturally, the people in those locations could hear it.
But then, why would the criminal open the window in the first place?
To allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose.
Correct. That's the only logical conclusion.
I thought I heard my beautiful girlfriend enter the room behind me. But nothing's happening back there. But why was that necessary in the first place? I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction.
Very well. I believe that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of a certain fact. What was it that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of when the crime took place? The killer wanted to fabricate the time of death to their precise wishes, and they used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so.
So that's why the tape is left running.
You mean the gunshot I heard was from this video?
Yes, which means that the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought. It must have been during the recess, before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. Someone who has no alibi for that time period, and planned this crime out in advance. That person is the real killer. Investigation complete. Thank you for healing me, holy shit. Mr. Edgeworth! Yes, what is it? Ms. Yu is asking for you. She's in the courtroom. She says that she's identified the murderer, but she wants to clarify something.
It looks like Monsieur is still investigating something.
Understood. Please tell her that I will be right over.
Oh, come along. I want to hear what she has to say.
It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth. To be continued. Hopefully to be concluded in the next hour and 20 minutes. Although the conclusion of the last case, even after we figured out who did it, was long as fuck. September 10th, 6:15 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Oh, hey, Kay. Okay. What are you doing here?
Oh, hello, mister. I'm still investigating.
The object you're looking for has already...
Okay, don't mind him. Please continue with your investigation.
Okay, you got it.
Detective Bad, haven't we already found what you were looking for?
If it means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer, any little task will do.
Oh, you're more sympathetic than I thought.
Oh shit, they're getting behind the podium! Fuck yes, dude. I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth. Why the fuck are you standing all the way over there? I've also been waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest. It's funny that in this court the podiums are set up facing each other, for the defense and the prosecution are facing each other, because in American court, you're specifically not allowed to address opposing counsel directly. You have to say, Your Honor, I believe the defense is trying to do this. You can't like turn to the defendant and say, you're trying to do this. It's like in Parliament. Aren't they not allowed to do that in Parliament? Anyway, Lockshield, hello. The moment when we could lay this case to rest. Wasn't that when we placed Detective Gumshoe under arrest? I think we've more than solved this case already. Don't you? We'll see. Oh,
We'll see. It all depends on whether or not your logic holds.
oh, I see we even have a viewer in the gallery. And why, even Mr. Bad is here.
A viewer in the gallery? I'm hardly just a bystander.
I have a duty to see this case through to the end, no matter how it turns out.
Oh, I was doing Francisca, Jesus. Oh, is that right? Anyway, I thought you might like to hear what I've slaved away to find out. I've taken statements on every single person's movements during the time when our suspect was in the hallway. I also confirmed that there's no possible route of escape from lobby number 2. Therefore, the killer must, without a doubt, be Detective Gumshoe. And that's all you have? Yeah, that's all there is to my conclusion and this case. Sorry, but I beg to differ. In a trial, there's always time for a rebuttal, and we are standing in a court of law. It'd be more than appropriate to follow the rules of court in this case, don't you think? Oh, absolutely, like a rookie to think such a thing. Alright, I'll play along and give you a proper testimony. If my logic is correct,
then I've already won. All I have to do now is prove it by showing who the real killer is.
I like her lashes. Ms. Yu's argument. Everyone sans the suspect has an alibi for when the gun went off. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right? I also confirmed that there's no possible escape route from lobby number 2. Which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion, that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Faith, I don't have good news for you about where in the case we are and where we are talking to whom. Now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth.
But of course, there's no need to confront her logic head-on right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump cards she has up her sleeve.
Ms. Yu's argument. Though in a way, that does make her hotter. Let's talk about when the gun went off.
Hold it!
The suspect? But I thought that Detective Gumshoe's alibi has already been proven.
Are you joking, Edgeworth?
I assure you, this is no joke.
Look, I know you heard from the judge earlier that the detective was in the hallway with Mr. Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss cake roll.
Yes, that's correct.
But see, that was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? And the problem is, there's no one else who can corroborate what he did since the snacking.
I see she's done her research well. Which means that I should focus on drawing out whatever trump cards she's withholding.
Hold it!
Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide.
The scrunched eyebrows and lines on your forehead are back. Anyway, even if you believe it hasn't been exhaustive, the crime scene, lobby number 2, has no way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe is standing in. And because he claimed to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect.
But isn't it also possible that someone escaped through a window and into the garden?
No, Edgeworth, there's bars on the windows, you dick. That's the first place everyone looked silly. The police aren't a bunch of lazy bums. They looked into every possibility, you know. Isn't that right, Mr. Bad?
Yeah. There wasn't a scrap of evidence that suggests someone used one of the windows. There also weren't any footprints or anything in the courtyard garden.
I suppose they really did check everything that could be relevant to the case. No possible escape route.
Are you absolutely positive that there are no possible routes of escape?
Of course I'm sure.
And why are you so certain? This is a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there was an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using it to escape.
It's just common sense. Miles Edgeworth, I suggest you use a bit more of it in your future. Ow.
Hold it!
Hold it.
You may think it's unshakable, but to me there are still too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand?
But you're the only one still wondering that. Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Mr. Faraday used to write with. Even if you know someone, it doesn't mean you'll know which hand they write with, right? I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing.
I'm not about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. I suppose we've really reached the end now.
The solution to that line of testimony was literally just to press everything she said.
I already have my trump card ready. All that remains is to play it. Before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about her argument. You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Francisco or myself speaking with you about the subject.
Very good, Rose. Also, hi.
Ah, but there were witnesses.
For you, there's your mentor who gave you an alibi.
I see.
As for the little Missy, she came to the courthouse during the recess and was stopped by a security guard at the door to the hallway. She gave him quite a whipping for that, or so I heard. I'm the daughter of Manfred von Karma, and I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard or a bailiff or anyone else.
Wait, so basically the only reason Francisca bothered to show up today was
because she found out that I was to be the replacement prosecutor. By the way, Ms. Yu, what about everyone's alibis before Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty? What about them? Have you looked into what people were doing during that span of time? What kind of idiot do you take me for? It doesn't matter when the killer went into lobby number 2. From the time we heard the gunshot to the time Mr. Bad and I arrived on the scene as we dashed from lobby number 1, the only person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe. Yes, let's talk about when you and Detective Bad heard that gunshot, shall we? I suppose that if we go by your logic, then Detective Gumshoe is the only one. However, what if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time than when that gunshot you heard went off? What then? That gunshot was a trap meant to manipulate our perception. Sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot that we heard in lobby number 1, care to explain how that could have been fabricated? Gooding?
Take that!
That tape? Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. This is the surveillance tape of Mr. Rell the prosecution presented in today's trial. This was found loaded into the video player in lobby number 2. Who is calling me right now? My sisters. That was connected to the large television that had its... I didn't get to read that. Large television that had its volume turned all the way up. You can't honestly mean that the sound we heard was the gunshot in the video. Ah, but I do, which leads me to my next point. The murders occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot.
That's the only thing I can think of, too.
After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television's volume all the way up, and left the video to play. If played from the beginning, it would take 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come on. And since we now know that this method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Detective Gumshoe.
Objection!
Sounds from a television doesn't amount to much here. But of course, Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth and Little Miss Von Karma already knew that much from the very beginning, right?
Of course we know, didn't we, Miles?
Yes, of course. We know about the soundproof quality of this courthouse's rooms. Of course, I'm not about to admit we had no idea until only a little while ago. That's right, and if the rooms are soundproof, then we should not have been able to hear it. And yet we heard the gunshot clear as day. And? That's it, end of story. I don't know what she's supposed to be doing to her eyes. That's not eyeliner. She's using like a blending brush on her eyelashes. Also, she's powdering her cheeks as if she's applying blush, but she's not wearing any blush. But it's not. How should I explain why she was able to hear a gunshot from a soundproof room? The window was open. Both windows. There is actually one common point between lobby number 1 and lobby number 2. And it is that despite the fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window was open in each. Now, we know that the window in lobby number 2 was opened by the killer. However, a window in lobby number 1 was also open.
Objection!
It's probably just coincidence that they were both open at the time.
Objection!
It was no mere coincidence, I assure you. Why was the window opened in lobby number 1? The answer is that a certain person did something to cause the window to be opened. And the person who triggered that action, that person is the real guilty party. The real killer in this double murder is... You! Where the fuck is Manny Cochin in all this? I assumed that he would also show up dead during this case, but he hasn't.
Take that!
Ms. Callisto Yu, I hereby formally indict you of the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell.
What?
You indict me? Fuck yes, dude. The lipstick streak across her cheek. Bars.
Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think she is the killer?
I don't understand her motive just yet.
How do you not understand her motive? She's killing people associated with the case that caused the death of her sister.
But of course I'm serious, because she's the only one who could have done it. Well, Ms. Yu, do you still feel like laughing now?
Of course I do, Edgeworth.
My argument must not be tight enough yet.
Though I never thought things would spiral into this. I'll have you know I'm enjoying this dance quite a bit.
I guess this means it's time for my own rebuttal now, right? Boom! Ms. Yu's rebuttal. You argue that the window was opened. However, do you have proof it was I who did that? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this. Especially when logic as full of holes as yours. This is where it really starts. I mustn't let my guard down for even a second, or the truth will blow away. Now is the time for me to put the patented Von Karma perfect proof to the test. Why is the killer always a hot 20-something in these flashbacks? I think that Dahlia was younger than 20. I actually kind of do have proof it was you, not you who did it, but you who impelled the window to be open, because you spilled your stinky perfume all over defendant lobby number 1.
Hold it!
Evidence. All I'd need to do is have some prints analyzed and we'd know straight away. Heartbeat, I'm trying to remember who the killer was. I think in the flashback case in Apollo Justice, Zach Gramarye, no, not Zach Gramarye, Magnifi Gramarye is the victim. I think he shot himself. It looks like, what the fuck is that guy's name with the mustache and the yellow costume? Vincent, maybe? I don't remember. Anyway, it looks like he shot him, but I think actually Magnifi shot himself. All I'd need to do is have some prints analyzed and we'd know straight away. That's right, Reza, I am. Be my guess. She sounds as though she has the room to maneuver, which means, even if we were able to lift prints, they'd only show that it was someone else, but... Reza, I'm gonna be live until I finish this case, at the very least. Why that someone else was forced to open the window? That's simple logic. Why don't I try presenting that piece of evidence? I have nothing to lose. Yes, you do! Health from your health bar! What's wrong? The scrunched eyebrows, the lines on your forehead, they're all bad. More importantly, are you gonna be okay not running a fingerprint analysis? Yes, I'll be fine. Oh, well in that case I'll just continue with my testimony, alright?
Objection!
I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, Ms. Yu?
Aha! Edgeworth! I never knew you were into wearing that kind of perfume.
It's not exactly what I'd recommend for boys, you know?
What? This isn't mine!
That's right, it's mine. And I received it from Detective Bad, you see.
Ms. Yu, you can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much for sure. That you are the one who gave him this bottle of perfume.
That you're super easy to rile up.
She did call him gay.
Every Ace Attorney flashback is about how young women are evil. Again, not the flashback case in Apollo Justice, in which Trucy is the only female character and she's a tiny baby girl and sweet.
So, what about the perfume? While you were in lobby number 1, you made a big show of spilling some of this perfume. That's according to Detective Bab.
Oh, I know.
You also knew that if you spilled it, we would naturally move to open a window. He would naturally move to open a window.
Objection!
Come now, I've already told you, that's all just a big coincidence. After we opened the window in lobby number 1, I just left it open, you know?
So maybe it was just dumb luck that we heard the gunshot through the window.
Objection!
The timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control. And the most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear the shot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at the time.
You mean?
Ms. Yu, you were the one who called Detective Bad into lobby number 1, when you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway. Is that correct? All of today's premeditated events could only have been thought up by you, Ms. Yu.
You accused me of murder on the fact that I spilled a little perfume. Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday.
Would you care to testify as to why?
Look, I've had a lot of fun today, really. But I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all.
That would be extremely convenient. Why it couldn't be me.
Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top.
But I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected when it was the disciple of Von Karma.
That's right, Edgefast. I told you. Forge the evidence. Good job. You're doing good.
It pans over to Von Karma in the stands, and he's like, in any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where that knife that was used to kill him came from.
Bum, bum, bum.
Miles, her testimony is flawless. Yes, but no matter what sort of trick she may try to pull, she won't escape me. If I'm lacking in information, I'll just draw it out of her. I'd like to talk to her about that knife.
Hold it!
At this rate, she will inevitably escape. But if she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, then she must have known about the existence of the knife. I'm sorry, Ms. Yu. Maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag. Miles, what do you think you're doing? I'm drawing the truth out of her. That's what I'm doing. But I don't recall a knife being presented at the trial earlier today. Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use. So that's what you're trying to do. Look, why don't you cut it out with the lies? I've already figured you out. There was no knife inside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key the Yatagarasu had sent. And unless a key can magically turn into a knife, you really don't have a leg to stand on. You really think you could trap me? Come on, be honest. I never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder if you might append what you just said to your testimony. Sure, why not? I'll even say it as many times as you'd like. There was a key in his evidence bag, but you can't kill anyone with a simple key.
Objection!
Ms. Yu, I wonder if you might take a look at this photo for me. This is a picture of the key the Yatagarasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it in fact has the secret ability to transform into a knife. Which means that what was inside Mr. Faraday's bag was both the Yatagarasu's key and the murderous knife. Murderous? You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not? Yes. Well, with the Yatagarasu's key alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday. Yeah. Do you understand now? Just knowing about the key. Yay! I still haven't had a good look at it. Showing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know. Here, let me see it. No, come on, let me see the key. Yeah, get back, Edgeworth. You would, even now, still feign ignorance? I'm not feigning anything. But we can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence, now can we? I mean, Mr. Von Karma, I've heard some very interesting rumors about him. It is my beautiful girlfriend.
You have a drink. Just taste it.
Okay, fine, I'll taste it. Ooh, cold glass. It's good. Today when I woke up and went to the bathroom, the kitchen sink rather, there was a giant slab of clear ice laying in the base of it.
Clear enough for me.
And over the course of the day and the operation of the kitchen sink, a hole was slowly bored through the surface of it down into the drain. It's the saddest shit I've ever seen.
The ice served this well.
It did. Oh, are you mocking my papa?
This is revert. That's what girlfriends are for.
Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor, the murdering fraud. Now take a good look. This piece of evidence is more than real. Wow, who knew there was such a trick to this thing?
Wow, she's so your type.
You think so?
Yeah.
I haven't been drooling over her yet.
Really? Are you kidding me?
The
I'm shocked.
the second case in this game gave us the stewardess with H cups, the evil bimbo stewardess
I
with
feel
H
like
cups.
her lips and the like.
Yeah,
big
she
back ponytail.
she like does her makeup and stuff. It's cute. Anyway,
Go on.
are you satisfied now? Well, of course, you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the Yatagarasu's key are one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you, who isn't a member of law enforcement, and who would never have been privy to this trick, would never have known about it to begin with. What do you think she's supposed to be doing to her lashes here? Because she's not like using eyeliner, that's like a blending brush. What is she doing? Is she blending
They
out her...
just like had the blending brush asset.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, you know what it actually might be? Is that the sprite...
Maybe she's not
The
your
original
type,
sprite
maybe
was-
it's just you.
The original sprite was a lot lower resolution. Maybe it wasn't clear what sort of implement it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
Maybe it was originally supposed to be like mascara, and then whoever's job it was to draw the new sprites didn't know about makeup and made it
I
a
was gonna
blending
say,
brush.
my guess it was just drawn by men.
Yeah, here, let's find out. Oh, please, court records load. No thanks.
Interesting.
Here. Here, viewer. So
yeah,
I'll,
it's harder to tell.
I'll crop it on her eyes, and we can make them very big.
Alright, I'll stop bothering you. Bye. Have a good stream.
Thank you, baby.
Love you. I don't know why I waved into the mic, but that's how they see it. Bye.
Why?
Hi, Jay. That's how you did it.
Honestly, it still doesn't make any sense. Even if it was mascara, that's not how you apply it. Is it supposed to be eyeliner? Anyway. If it wasn't for the implement, I think it was eyeliner. Right. That would make sense. How orange do I want to be? Furthermore, the something the Yatagarasu sent to the police. How did you have knowledge as to what it was? Actually, I heard it from Mr. Faraday. Brushing excessive makeup off her lashes? Maybe. Just before he dragged Mr. Rell off, he told me. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. He also told me about the key turning into a knife at that time, but he didn't tell me about how the key actually transformed. Objection! What you're saying is simply not possible. Oh, and why not? Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. For within these pages, he mentions nothing about a knife. Objection! I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know? Wouldn't something of this importance be better left to oral communication? Objection! Unfortunately, that is also impossible. Because Detective Bad didn't know about the knife aspect either. What would have been highly classified information, even within the police force, and is something that even the lead detective on the case didn't know. Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition? Yeah, I guess he wouldn't have much of a reason to. Looks like I gave a pretty lame excuse, huh? How can you laugh at a time like this? She probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in a panic over it. But that's not something we need to concern ourselves with. I suppose you're right. Ms. Yu, I'd like to state that I also know you. That I also know how you know the real nature of the knife. Is she the fucking Yatagarasu? RB, thank you so much for the 29 months. Do you now? Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me? Oh, I will. And I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time we're through. This is it, the moment of truth, the secret behind the Yatagarasu's key. Only one person would have had knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start that the Yatagarasu's key could change into a knife? The Yatagarasu. Take that! There's only one person who would have known about the dual nature of this key. And that is the person who sent the Yatagarasu's key to the police.
That is to say, the Yatagarasu herself.
Are you saying that this lawyer is the great thief Yatagarasu?
Ms. Yu? You used Mr. Rel to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You who profess to bear a grudge against criminals. Why? Why do something like this? Why do something like this?
There you go, Tessa. Got into. That's why they call me old two-take Tessa. Fuck yes, dude. Now that's a breakdown spray. That's some good shit. Who would have thought that you, a stupid rookie prosecutor, would see through me? You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Edgeworth. This feeling of thrill. It's even greater than when I sneak into someplace.
You killed Faraday? Why? Answer me, Callisto Yu!
Callisto Yu, huh? That's not my real name. Because my real identity is, yes, the great thief Yatagarasu. Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. For you see, he had discovered my true identity, which is why I had to erase him from the world of law. I made Rel an offer, an acquittal for a little favor in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatagarasu in court. But once we entered the recess, Rel was dragged off by Mr. Faraday, which threw my plan into a complete mess. I chased after them and eavesdropped on them through a crack in the door. That Rel caves to only two things, money and authority, just as all thugs do. And I feared my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held on to Rel any longer. Plus, if I had let them continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. Faith. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both.
But didn't you say that you despised criminals?
But do I really?
You! Have you forgotten about the KG-8 incident too?
Maybe.
What sort of fun would... So then it was your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence that you sent?
Well, I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. I anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Rel wasn't the Yatagarasu by using this Yatagarasu's key as evidence, and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I fought to use the knife portion. With a weapon as well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. Because who in their right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? I casually entered lobby number 2 on the pretext that I had to talk with Mr. Faraday. And in order to get in with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He then let me hold the Yatagarasu's key just like that. He never noticed I had changed the key into a knife inside that plastic bag. Ooh, she looks so hot there. And he didn't have the chance to take note of the knife that took his life.
How could you kill him?
I knew him for a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought to give him a quick and painless death by stabbing him?
But if you killed Mr. Faraday first, there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rel as well.
Of course there was. He saw her do it. I believe I mentioned why when we were placing Detective Gumshoe under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness, and how that led the killer to think about setting them up as though they'd killed each other.
Then that trick with the surveillance tape.
Yes, I hadn't actually planned to use a gun. The risk was too high that I'd be caught. However, that's when I remembered the existence of that surveillance tape, which is why I had Rel help me set up the crime scene. And after all was said and done, I rewarded him for all his hard work with a bullet.
You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you betray a client?
Client? If you want to talk about who was the client of whose first, it was me. I was the client in the murder of the Kodopian Embassy staff member, Deed Man.
You ordered a hit job?
You still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bat. I had Deed Man killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now, who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination?
It can't be. You're...
That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring. But I thought the Yatagarasu's whole shtick was exposing the smuggling ring. What?
How could this?
You don't mean you're working with Manny Koshin too, do you?
No, not really, Faith. Maybe, maybe not. Guess you'll never know. The Yatagarasu claims to be noble, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer. That's right, little girl. The Yatagarasu is just another killer.
Be quiet. You.
Yatagarasu, you can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court.
Don't understand? That's because it doesn't make any sense. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know the Yatagarasu has 3 legs? Do you know why that is? No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Yatagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work. She hanging dog. Whoa! Illustration! Character illustration. You really are too naive, Edgeworth. You even handed the Yatagarasu's key right to me without a second thought. Everything may not have gone according to plan, but I'll still gladly take it.
You mean the key was your real target?
And even after I gave you such great advice, didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on a criminal? Or you may regret what comes of your negligence. Perspective is like Mr. Boss pointing at the screen.
You two, get down!
My body. I can't move.
Hey, mister, you're right.
You!
Second gunshot, Bad gets killed.
Are you all right, Francisca?
I'm perfectly fine, Miles.
Her voice is shaking, but it looks like she's unharmed. Where did Kay go? Oh, that's a gunshot!
And that's how Kay was killed as a child and never grew to be a Genki 17-year-old thief. September 10th, 7 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 3.
Sorry, but it looks like she got away. I called the precinct. They should have a perimeter set up soon.
Detective Bad, are you all right? I heard a gunshot.
I'm okay. Just got another hole in my jacket.
He may say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken.
But more importantly, boy, I mean, Mr. Edgeworth, Ms. Von Carmen, are you two hurt?
I'm absolutely fine.
I'm also all right, thanks to Kay.
That's a great question, Christopher Bird.
Speaking of... Oh,
Speaking of Kay, where is she?
I don't know. She just sort of disappeared.
Maybe, Callisto, you raised her as her successor?
I'll go look for her. Oh, and hey, Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir! I'm here, apparently. Yes, sir, Detective Bad, sir.
I'm sorry I doubted you.
Don't worry, sir. It's not your fault. I lied to you guys too, after all.
I heard about what happened from Kay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable. But in this case, you're protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective. You lied under oath. Oh. Now don't you ever lose the detective spirit, okay?
You got it, Pops.
Pops, that's one too many detective dramas recently, have we? Way to single-handedly destroy the cherry atmosphere with one snarky comment.
I should get back to the investigation. I swear, I'll catch you if it's the last thing I do.
Be careful, Detective Bad, and take care.
Thanks. Well, I better mosey on.
I didn't see what he actually said because I had to scroll through chat. Twist, this was Gumshoe's flashback. What did he say?
I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday.
I don't remember if he's in the last case. I hope so.
Thanks a bunch, pal. You're the best. You really did find out the truth behind everything.
Yes, well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison.
I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe.
There was no problem, really. I mean, I lied too, so I didn't help anything. It's really not your fault, Your Honor.
Well, even if we didn't have his honest testimony, I think that lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf. Is it my imagination, or does Francisca look fucking huge here? Right? Like, compared to Gumshoe? Like, she's almost as tall as him. Right? She looks gigantic.
Yeah, I can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective.
Well, so long as you're not fired, you should work hard, give all that you have, and perform your duties well. Oh, and one more thing. Kay left a present for you with me.
She did? Ooh, what is it?
What was it that Kay left for me? The proof of their friendship. The Swiss cake roll.
Take that! It's a courthouse special Swiss cake roll! Can I really have it?
Yes, it's a present meant for you, after all.
Thanks a bunch. You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. I'm gonna eat this right now.
Sure, go ahead. Swiss cake rolls Detective Gumshoe and Kay bought together. While the one Kay saved never reached her father. Is she wearing fucking Chucks? The drip on this child. It would appear that her sentiments have touched the heart of this detective. He's so happy, and so he's having a welcome back celebration of his own. Well, I was asked by Kay to give it to him.
Ooh, that was good, pal. I can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day.
Actually, the first time you ate less than half of one. Because you started with half of one, you ate some and you dropped it.
It's like I'm in Swiss cake roll paradise or something. I gotta thank Kay myself. Hey, wait, where is she?
You only noticed just now? Was his mind not present when he discussed her earlier? Detective Bad left to go search for her earlier. Maybe you should go join him.
Yeah, you betcha, pal. I'm gonna go help him. Oh, but first, you know what, pal? Actually, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh? I'm gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
I'll just be handsome and beashy over here. I sense nothing but a most troublesome relationship from that ominous statement. We should go home too, Miles. We have to hurry and report what has happened to Papa. Agreed. Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective.
Roger, sir. And don't you worry. I'll investigate the next case we're on real well.
I'll be counting on you. The scent of trouble is definitely in the air. Thus, like a bad dream, my first outing at court came to a disturbing end. How is this your first outing at court? I guess it's not, so... Ace Attorney Case 4 is his first trial. I guess this was supposed to be his first trial, but the trial didn't happen because of the murder. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. But the detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. After that, he became my direct subordinate. I have tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. From that day on, my life knew no peace. The next day, snakes began manifesting in my house physically. You're connected via the black thread of fate, Edgeworth. But I suppose that's just how things are. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now a spunky teen sidekick. Here we are, back at the end of Case 3. I bet you thought Case 3 was over. Well, think again, motherfucker.
So, do you remember now?
Yes, I remember everything. Kay, it's been a while. Kay, you sure grew up a lot!
Of course, but thank goodness. I thought you two had totally forgotten about me.
You know, I was really worried about you after all that. Where have you been all this time? I'm sorry I called you a skank and a hussy and a hoe for trying to steal Edgeworth's attention like an hour ago.
Gummy, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives. They lived really far away, so I wasn't able to come back here all that much.
Oh, is that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're all right.
The coolest possible twist would be that actually she was raised by Callisto Yu and she's here to kill Edgeworth.
So does it all make sense now?
You betcha it does. Well, no, it doesn't. Why the fuck did you decide to become the great thief who killed your father?
Oh, you know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently.
Hold it!
Actually, there are still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay. First of all, why did you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yatagarasu? The Yatagarasu is Callisto Yu, the woman who killed your father. They misspelled her name. It's Callisto with 2 L's. They misspelled her name.
No, you're wrong. The real Yatagarasu was my father.
What?
Mr. Faraday was the Yatagarasu? I feel like we just solved that case based on the sole premise that he wasn't.
Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelf recently, and I found a secret diary hidden among his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatagarasu. That was written in his diary, and that's how I know for sure.
That's impossible!
What's with that look? You don't believe me?
It wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now.
All right then, how do you explain this?
It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing.
Yep, that's the little thief. Truth be told, this is the Yatagarasu's secret gadget, or greatest secret. And this little gizmo was used by my father.
Wow, Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor, he was really a great thief, huh? Don't worry about it, Faith. Don't think about it.
Yeah, my father worked really hard to seal the truth. But he was killed, and the Yatagarasu is no more. But despite that, Yatagarasu has been spotted again recently.
Someone other than you.
Here, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a look at this.
Yatagarasu sends card to embassy. Whoa! The Yatagarasu sent to the embassy a calling card?
Yeah, meaning this person's a fake. I'm almost certain that Callisto Yu lady is behind this.
Wasn't it 2 L's?
Because the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out.
But the Yatagarasu did send a white card along with anything to be publicized. That's what Detective Bad told me 7 years ago, if memory served. And that was 7 years ago, so she was 10.
Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up, and I knew I couldn't just let it go. So I searched you out, so that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagarasu. Because if anyone can help me find it, I figured it's you, Mr. Edgeworth.
So you're saying that I have your father's and Ms. Yu's identities backwards?
Yes, because the real Yatagarasu is noble to the end. And I want to revive the real noble Yatagarasu. If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace.
Faith, let's not think about it. Perhaps all will be revealed in time. Okay.
Kay, you're so honorable. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal.
Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. And if you're plotting to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I can't be complicit.
Mr. Edgeworth. You guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now?
I love it when Gumshoe goes, oong.
Mr. Edgeworth, what I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of that evil woman.
That evil woman? You mean Callisto Yu?
I think it's hard for me to catch her all by myself. But I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she is, then maybe... Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me?
Evil woman. Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you.
Huh? Owe me for what?
When Mizu made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today. I'm not so rude as to leave favors unrepaid.
Then you mean...
Yes. That case has been weighing down my soul ever since that fateful day, even though I forgot you completely. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. If you don't intend to sully your hands in a crime, then I believe I can help you.
Mr. Edgeworth, thank you.
It and like 7 other cases. Listen, I've got a lot of shit weighing on me. Yay, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Isn't that great, gay?
Yeah, it sure is, Gummy.
Even though he had completely forgotten about her until just now, so did you! Arg! What is with their chummy relationship? The great thief Yatagarasu. After all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Byrne Faraday, Callisto U, and Kay Faraday. The phantasmagorically changing identity of the great thief Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay. Jesus Christ, Edgeworth, you investigated 4 crimes in 3 days? The end. Okay, I'm gonna keep playing until 9. Yeah, R-Beat, he took his crime-solving medication in too big a dose. Turnabout ablaze. Thank you. What a great time, Stream Elements, to remind the viewer that they can give me money. And since I am streaming so late, it would be very kind of you, viewer, and it would mean a lot to me. 2 cards. One of the Black Raven. And one of the White Raven. Sure. A country torn in 2. One to the west. And one to the east. Oh, we're Borginia... No, not Borginia. When those which were split are made whole again. Were Codopia and Zhangfa originally one country? The truth will reveal itself. Edgeworth, are you committing arson? Edgeworth, are you committing arson? Thank you, Anonymous, for the $20. It's the Yatagarasu! The Yatagarasu's here!
Oh shit! I shouldn't have been smoking in bed. You accursed Yatagarasu!
Kay, you... 8 hours earlier. I feel like we should start our stories where they begin, not where they get interesting. March 14th, 10:17 a.m. High Prosecutor's Offices, room 1202. It's so nice, almost dreamlike, to finally have the chance to relax and sip some tea. Faith, I think about that line all the fucking time. I had to show that clip to Kate because we were talking about... What was that fucking Best Picture winner that was in The Connections a little while ago? Crash? Which also starts with a scene and then says, like, 3 weeks earlier. Kate, you're here! Especially after what a whirlwind the past few days have been. On my return flight, I was dragged into a case involving an Interpol agent's murder. The next day, I investigated a kidnapping and murder at the Gatewaterland theme park. And later that night, a detective's dead body welcomed me back to my office. Along with a thief who was out to pilfer files related to a case from 10 years ago. Bremy, I had to watch The Hurt Locker for a college class that sucked. And that sucked, rather. How did I manage to find myself in the middle of so many cases back to back? Regular Zebra, it was my Women in Film class. The professor who taught my gender studies classes that I took in college was old as balls, and I was worried that she would be a TERF on account of being old as balls, but she was in fact very open-minded. Meanwhile, the woman who taught the Women in Film course, oh boy! And also she showed us the goddamn motherfucking Hurt Locker.
How did I manage to find myself in the middle of so many cases back to back? Well, at least I have today. All I ask is that I be allowed to spend it quietly.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Oh, never mind. It wasn't Gumshoe.
Mr. Edgeworth, this is big. Big, I tell ya. Hey, what's wrong with you? Where's your enthusiasm?
And suddenly the phrase, the fragility of dreams, comes to mind.
Remy, why did they make you watch the Star Trek episode where Riker goes on a Klingon ship exchange?
What are you talking about, Fragile Dreams? Come on, let's go. The fake Yatagarasu isn't gonna just find herself, you know.
Well, if you must know, it's possible that I was paid a visit last night by your fate.
Say what?
Say, what?
Unfortunately for us, the thief managed to escape. But even now, we're still looking for this criminal. However, I must warn you that we've only had a few hours to search so far. I must insist that you be patient on this one, Kay.
Guys, I miss my oat milk so much. I've been thinking about this because Edgeworth was drinking his tea. I haven't been grocery shopping in so long. So I don't have any oat milk from my oat milk matcha lattes in the morning. It's just not as good when you make them with whole milk because the whole milk doesn't foam as pleasingly for me. When you make foam out of the whole milk, in my experience, the foam is like very dense and inviolable, and then the milk is its own substance, and never the twain shall meet. And it's like you pour it in, it's either all foam and it just glops in and sits on top of the matcha, or it's part foam and part milk, and the milk pours in, and then the foam kind of just like half falls out and doesn't cover the whole top of the glass or the mug. But when you foam the oat milk, in my experience, it's more of an even gradient from liquid to foam that blends better with the matcha, and also I like the taste.
What's with you today? Are you sure you aren't sleep talking to me right now?
I see, Bremy. It's terrible.
Anyway, I've got something much more important that I want you to see.
The theme was communication between cultures, and what they showed you was Crash and a Star Trek episode.
Oh, and that is?
Take a look at this.
On March 14th, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. Yatagarasu sends card to embassy. That's quite a bold declaration to send to an embassy. I suppose it was inevitable that a newspaper would catch wind of this.
The date that card mentions is today.
Today, huh?
Come on, we've got to hurry. The embassy awaits.
I suppose it is quite an urgent matter. However,
Ooh, ginger beer.
You like those, right?
I do like these.
I wanted to make a drink with it, and I figured I can't save it. I'd like to watch
Thanks, baby.
it. You finish the scene of a heavy taste.
okay. Do you know which country's embassy we should be investigating?
Well, it's some really special country.
I'm actually really fuzzy on the details. Amber said Rhodesia.
But never mind that. Where's all your energy? Why are you so lackadaisical today?
I'm not, Kay. You're just too wound up.
That's good, Bremy.
Well, then you should get too wound up too. Because this just might be our chance to catch that woman.
You mean Ms. Yu? The woman who killed Kay's father, Byrne Faraday, 7 years ago.
Ba-bum. Bum. Ba-bum.
Callisto Yu. She claimed to be the great thief Yatagarasu, and then disappeared from the courtroom.
She makes me so mad, the phony. Everyone knows that the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a calling card. Until a company's underhanded dealings are made public, the target is always totally unaware that the Yatagarasu has paid them a visit. That's what makes the real Yatagarasu so awesome.
The Yatagarasu's card that's shown in this article looks to me as though it could be genuine.
See, that's the thing. Whoever it is, that person isn't the real deal, but has knowledge of the Yatagarasu. If this isn't a clue that that woman's involved, then nothing is.
Oh,
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, out the door you go.
Wait, there are a few preparations I must make before we go. There's something interesting about this card we found last night here in my office.
is of a different color than the one in the article, which makes me wonder why.
What's up? Any reason why you're boring a hole through the newspaper with your eyes?
No reason at all. Very well, seeing as how Ms. Yu is also someone of a special nature to me. My first love. I agree that there is some merit to be found in investigating this.
I knew you'd come around.
She cracked my egg when she accused me of wearing women's perfume. March 14th, I don't have to say that in Edgeworth's voice. What is this?
It's a suffering bastard.
Sufferin' bastard?
Yes.
What is in a sufferin' bastard?
Ginger beer, lime, demerara sugar, gin, and brandy.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I thought you'd like it, honestly. There's a reason I made a point to bring one up to you. I really thought you would like it.
Thank you. Welcome to the Theatrum Neutralis. I think this is gonna be like the Steel Samurai.
By the light of this night's glorious moon, we are ready.
Ready to embark on our nightly outing.
And this is where our tale begins.
Reza, she's really enjoying it. Oh man, look at all these background NPCs.
What a coincidence. Who would have thought that a Steel Samurai stage show would ever be held in such an elegant theater inside a foreign embassy?
Yeah, the climax was really awesome. Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. I got chills down my spine when he pulled that move out.
I suppose it really is more impactful to watch a show in person than on television.
I have to say, though, this embassy is set up kind of funny. I mean, they have two countries sharing the same building.
Well, as you said yourself, this place and the countries it houses are very special. Even this theater is special in that it is a neutral zone shared by the two countries.
So let me get this straight. The Steel Samurai show just now is being sponsored by one of the two countries. The one that's called the Kingdom of...
Oh! It's not Zhangfa and Codopia. Why are there so many invented countries in this one?
The one that's called the Kingdom of Alabast, right?
Yes, it would appear that the Steel Samurai is very popular in that country as well.
Seems that way. But you know who I'm really into? The Gemma Ninja.
The guy who played him was a murderer, I heard.
The Republic of Babal. That's two new countries! Are you fucking shitting me? Is sponsoring a Gemma Ninja stage show. That's something for fangirls like me. We've totally got to see that too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I mean, Arbeat, if they were the same country, if it was like an East Germany, hi Lucid, if it was like an East Germany, West Germany thing, it would make sense that their flags would end up similar, but not the same.
Gemma Ninja's show is gonna kick the Steel Samurai show's rear end.
This will be on the test, take notes. Babal, Codopia, Borginia, Zhengfa, and whatever the previous one was, which I do not remember.
You know, ever since I first met this girl, I've always had this inkling that what she really wants to be is not a thief, but rather a ninja.
Ever since you first met her, you mean a day ago? She wasn't doing ninja shit 7 years ago.
So anyway, about today's event, what's it called?
The Kingdom of Alabast. Okay, Alabast and Babal are the two of them.
The Kingdom of Alabast versus the Republic of Babal Goodwill Jubilee.
Arbeat, maybe the Borginian flag is the yellow and magenta stripes that Zinc LeBlanc had on his beret, and he's just very patriotic.
The small European countries of the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babal. These two countries used to be a single entity that was abundant with nature, and it was called the Principality.
Oh, I see.
Of Codopia.
Is everything all right, Mr. Edgeworth?
That's still Codopia splitting into two countries, and also Borginia and Zhangfa being around.
Yes, I'm all right. Moving on. After a period of civil unrest, the country split in two, though signs of their past remain.
Hey, Phoenix Wright, Phoenix Wright. Hey, Ace Attorney, are you gonna give us any indication of what the causes of that civil unrest might have been? Or are you just gonna hand wave it?
For example, their flags preserve the flower and butterfly motifs to this day.
Oh, there were flower and butterfly motifs on the handle of the blade knife. The blade key, rather.
Codopia, huh? The KG-8 incident, and what was referred to as the second KG-8 incident, in which an embassy staff member was murdered. Both of these cases were related to the Principality of Codopia. In the 7 years that have passed, the country may have split into two. However, the Yatagarasu still sent a calling card. What could it all mean?
Some people were team prosecutor and some people were team cop. That's good stuff.
Mr. Edgeworth, I know you're thinking about something.
Oh, excuse me, what were we talking about again?
If you could please stop spacing out on me. Anyway, we were talking about the Alabast versus Babal Goodwill Jubilee. The two countries have had a pretty bad relationship with each other. But supposedly, they've been trying really hard to make up recently. That's why they decided to hold this event.
If that's the case, then why the verses?
Also, both countries claim to own the real Primadux statue, a national treasure to both. They're planning to have them publicly evaluated today to see which one's the real deal.
Hey, need I remind you to take care and not succumb to your thieving desires?
But when it comes to treasure, I can't help myself. You know that.
Ugh. You'd better be saying that in jest.
Hey, I can read your body language, you know, and you've got it all wrong. Look, I'm here to do some investigating. Investigating, I tell you.
I know. And although we don't know if the Yatagarasu will really make an appearance, I suppose we should still spend some time examining this place.
None of these characters. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Where in tarnation are they? Come on, Big Scoop. Hey, mister, out of the way. Yeah, I'm talking to you.
I seem to remember this woman from somewhere. If my instincts are directing me not to engage in conversation with her, perhaps it would be best if I left her alone.
Lot of heart.
Is there something I can help you with?
I was wondering what is beyond those doors.
It's the Alabastin Embassy. Now, unless you have some business with the embassy,
I suppose I can't really claim to have any business with the embassy right now.
Well, you don't have to be so rude about it, Mr. Guard.
10 more minutes. No, in 5 more minutes. But isn't it really bad for me to spend time doing this? It's no use! Would someone please just tell me what I should do? You appear to be troubled by something. May I be of any assistance? Leave me alone! I'm trying to figure out just the right time to talk to that girl over there. And if I mess up, it'll be because I'm talking to you, right now!
Somehow, I get the feeling that he's about to fall flat on his face.
Well, let's just do as he wishes and leave him alone.
You know, I've seen a lot of these shows in a bunch of other places, but today's show is like they went for a complete comedy, you know what I mean? Yeah, and that last move, the Still Samurai did, I couldn't help but laugh. I know, right? And the Pink Princess movements were really stiff. In the middle of the show, I could swear that I heard her hip crack. Oh, I know, I totally thought that too. Pink Princess had a bad hip? Seriously, just what were they thinking, you know?
I suppose there's no graceful way to enter this conversation. There are pamphlets about the two embassies here on the table.
Embassy of Alabast, Embassy of Babal.
Theatrum Neutralis.
It still looks weird to me.
The country split into two a few years back, and they've shared the building and its grounds 50-50 ever since.
Oh, I guess it's because they don't have the money to build two separate ones, huh?
I should think that's not the reason why, Kay. I suppose I'll just help myself to one of these. What's all the hubbub? Ah!
Hey, look! It's the Steel Samurai! And he's got his son, the
Iron Infant with him. What in the fuck? What happened to the carbon? The song does whip.
This is
the perfect angle. Go, my image! Travel across the wave world and into every TV set around the globe!
A more honest approach to appearing on TV might serve your ambitions better.
And we're here reporting live from the Fiera Neutralis. As you can see, tonight's audience is full of enthusiasm. Let's see what this member of the audience has to say.
Well,
Okay, that was good. Let's do one more run through.
excuse me, but when you're ready to film for real, would you mind giving me a call? I sense that you didn't hear a single word I just said. There's a flat panel, a tape deck, and
Why is there a tape deck?
a row of Steel Samurai videos on this table. I suppose it's so visitors can watch an episode or two at their leisure.
I guess it really is just that popular, huh?
Yes, although I never thought I would see it reach this level of popularity.
I wonder why they decided to call in the Steel Samurai for an event like this. I mean, it's like they intended to cut the two countries apart with a samurai sword instead.
Wouldn't that go against the whole point of this event? It appears that the child was watching a video from the first season of the Steel Samurai.
Go, go! Keep on fighting until your last breath! Go, my hero, the Steel Samurai!
Completely absorbed in singing the theme song, I see. Let the child watch in peace.
I wonder if that actually matched the melody of the song.
The national flag of the Republic of Babal is on display here. Pressed on it features a butterfly.
It's really rare to see a national flag featuring an animal on it.
Not really. I can list at least a few that do I can list at least a few off for you that do.
Viewer, can you think of flags that feature an animal on them? I can think of 2.
Whales is a big one, although a dragon is not a real animal.
Okay, then there are any flags with really chic things on them?
California is not a country.
Chic things? That's pretty vague, okay? Although by my definition, there aren't really any flags that feature a chic object.
The Mexico flag, there you go. Also East Germany.
Aw, that's too bad. Because if there was, I was thinking about stealing it.
What exactly would you do with a sole and national flag, Kay?
The Argentinian flag has a sun with a face on it, which is kind of like an animal.
Is there something I can help you with?
I was wondering what is beyond these doors.
The Babalese embassy is just beyond these doors, sir. You have some business with the embassy? You require immediate access?
No, that's quite all right.
Are you sure, sir? Anyone and everyone is always welcome in the Republic of Babal.
Well then, since we're here,
The embassy isn't some sort of theme park, Kay.
you're such a buzzkill.
All right, let's talk to the Steel Samurai.
May I speak with you for a second? It's the Steel Samurai.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you glaring at him for?
Please excuse me. It's just that I've never seen a superhero up close before.
To Mr. Edgeworth, Steel Samurai, that married man of Neo Old Tokyo?
It looks like he's written something down for you.
To Edgeworth from Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Old Tokyo.
Wow, an autograph. Pretty cool that you got one, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
Steel Samurai's autograph received.
Mr. Steel Samurai, Ambassador Alba is waiting for you.
Please ignore the fact that I'm going to give the people from these embassies different accents from the guards of these embassies. Steel Samurai will proceed to enter the embassy of Alabasta, shake hands with a guy. The Steel Samurai's elite. Fuck! Stop! Rather could be thought of as a goodwill gesture from our own country. There he goes, off to spread goodwill to the world. Okay, and now the Steel Samurai will proceed to enter the kingdom of Alabasta to shake the hand of the ambassador. The Steel Samurai isn't only here for the two countries tonight, but rather can be thought of as a goodwill ambassador from our own country as well. There he goes, off to spread goodwill to the world.
He really does seem like a goodwill ambassador, doesn't he?
Okay, we're shooting the next segment now. Cue camera.
In just a few seconds, the Jammin' Ninja stage show is set to begin. After the show, the Jammin' Ninja will enter the Republic of Babal. He is set to meet with the ambassador of Babal at that time.
Ah, the Jammin' Ninja show is about to start. We've got to get back to our seats.
Regrettably, I don't have much of an interest in ninjas.
Well, this show will change your mind. Come on, we have to hurry.
If we miss even— wow, this is an old-ass graphic they're reusing.
If we miss even a second of the Jammin' Ninja's awesome playing, I'll never forgive you.
I suppose you're not about to give me much of a choice, are you, Kay? Where'd my ginger beer go? Did Amber take it back with her? She must have.
Ah, I could listen to that. A ninja marked for Death's lullaby song all day. His superb playing and that sad melody really brought a tear to my eye. And his heart-wrenching voice, now that's the Jammin' Ninja's greatest weapon. Ah, those pieces of Jammin' Ninja merchandise over there. I've gotta have them. I especially want the hair sticks they're selling exclusively at these shows. They're exactly like the ones the heroine Princess Misela wears in her hair.
Anyway.
Anyway! Hold it right there, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
You're thinking of going home, aren't you?
Well, it doesn't seem likely that the Yatagarasu will be making an appearance tonight. Most likely, it was simply a prank.
No way! I just know the Yatagarasu will show.
But I thought you said the Yatagarasu doesn't send calling cards.
Yeah, I did, but
I figured from the very beginning that this would wind up being a wild goose chase.
that card she sent was a genuine fake calling card.
A genuine fake?
Well, how can I word this? Yatagarasu's mark that's on the calling card is exactly the same as my mark. Get it now?
We've got a problem! Muzha, muzha, muzha. Oh, that's the courtroom muzha, muzha sound effect from the previous games. The Yatagarasu has been spotted in Alabast!
What?
You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Ha! You finally decided to show yourself phony. Hey, what gives?
I'm sorry, but I will need to set you before you can enter.
What the? Hey, the Steel Samurai just waltzed straight through without one. Now, if you don't hurry up and let me through, my phony is gonna escape.
Okay, a country's embassy is considered to be a part of the country itself. If you don't go through the proper procedures to enter the country...
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm gonna enter through the ball and climb over the wall into Alabast.
Hold it! You would tell a prosecutor straight out that you intend to illegally enter another... Kay, are you listening to me?
Kay Faraday, and I'm coming through.
Yes, and welcome.
Someone stop her! Anyone!
She's too ganky to understand international law. March 14th, 6:12 p.m., open air stage.
Hey, where are you? Don't tell me you really did find some way over this fence.
Fire! This is too big for us to handle. Looks like the Yatagarasu came to Bapal too.
You accursed Yatagarasu! Kay! You'd better be alright wherever you are.
March 14th, 6:45 p.m., Babalese Embassy, Secretariat's office. The horse?
I told you it wasn't me.
Ellipsis.
Hold it! Kay, are you alright?
Do I look all right to you? Or can you do something about this woman?
Mr.
Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe, what is the meaning of this?
Well, sir, it's, this. Ah, there he goes. She is that other guy's assistant, Faith.
It wasn't me. He was already dead when I ran in here, hot on the heels of the fake Yatagarasu. Look, I only came in here because I saw a suspicious person at the open air stage.
A suspicious person?
A long black coat and a hood over their head. I dare you to tell me that's not suspicious.
No, Faith, he wasn't dead yet. You would be forgiven for thinking he was dead, because he didn't have a talk sprite. He only ever appeared in walk-around sprite form. But he did not die in the other case.
I immediately thought that they must be the fake Yatagarasu.
So I chased after them into the embassy, then into here, then lost sight of them. But I just know that person is the one who did it.
What are you so worked up over? There's no reason for you to be this loud.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're Agent Lang's secretary. Sheena, I believe your name is, correct? And if you're making an arrest, I assume you have evidence that it was Kay who committed the crime. Is that also correct? She's Fem 9. She's 9S post-transition.
You refuse to answer.
I don't need to answer. You're merely a prosecutor in this country, meaning you have no investigative authority.
Hey, pal, just what the heck does what you just said mean? If it happened here, it's under Mr. Edgeworth's jurisdiction. The end. And seeing as how this building is sitting on our soil, we can investigate wherever we'd like.
Aha, Gumshoe, you have no conception of
International squatters' rights. Unfortunately, Detective, embassies are a different matter.
Huh?
This office has continued to be a part of the Republic of Babal, which means that anything that happens here stays here. Defaults to the control of the Babalese government and Babalese law, giving them exclusive extraterritorial rights.
Extraterrestrial rights? Sir, do you really believe that the truth is out there?
Basically, our country's laws do not apply inside the embassy of another country. That's what was agreed to by our respective governments. Our authority to investigate was effectively nullified the second we entered this place, which means we can do little here in this situation.
No way, sir!
Please leave this matter in Interpol's hands and go home.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Hey, you're not Mr. Edgeworth!
Who said hold it?
In that case, allow me to join your investigation.
Oh, that was not Lang. That's what happens when you don't show me who's speaking. In that case, allow me to join your investigation. Neurofuzz, thank you so much for the sub. In that case, allow me to join your investigation.
Miss Von Karma!
Arby, new character for this case. Ambassador Peleno, I truly appreciate you allowing me to join the investigation.
It's really nothing. Manny was my secretariat, so of course I want to help you as much as I can. In fact, it's a blessing that Interpol agents were able to make it so quickly.
Francisca.
Very well. I never imagined that I'd meet you here of all places.
Right, Faith.
This is an embassy, meaning that you have no authority to
Hold it!
Already? What is it? Ambassador Poleno.
And you are?
I'm Miles Edgeworth, public prosecutor. I ask that you please allow me to investigate this case as Ms. Von Karma's assistant.
Assistant?
Miles, what the heck do you think you're...
Please, I implore you, Ambassador Poleno.
Very well. I'll be counting on the two of you, Ms. Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth.
What did you mean by you'll be Ms. Von Karma's assistant?
I don't exactly have a choice, do I, Detective? If I don't become Francisca's assistant, I can't participate in this investigation.
There you go again, running at the mouse with that aloof expression on your face.
Francisca, please.
I don't know what you're planning quite yet. But at least I do know one thing, is that you're now my subordinate.
Oh god, she's been waiting her whole life for this.
Just remember that my whip is always ready to wake you should you have a brain lapse.
Of course, I'll keep that in mind.
If you are done playing games...
Right, let's begin the investigation. Begin investigation. By the way, Detective, I suppose it's a bit late to be asking, but why are you here?
Well, better late than never, I guess, sir. I was placed on guard duty for the Babalese embassy today.
But why are our police guarding an embassy?
Well, on account of the card they got from the Yatagarasu. They called us up and asked for our help, sir. Oh, and because we've been searching for the Yatagarasu these past 7 years. It was a more or less mutually beneficial arrangement, if you ask me.
Except for how mutually unbeneficial this has all turned out to be, I suppose. Looks like you failed to completely perform your guard duty yet again. I look forward to your next salary negotiation, although it's out of my hands.
But sir, if it gets cut anymore, I won't be able to buy even instant noodles anymore.
That's very sad. Alright, well, as much as I'd like to just jump in and voice this gay blonde guy a little more who's doing the evil fly hands thing, posture check. I think it's time that I found somebody to raid into. Bum 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 bum. Oh good, Tired Actor is live. Viewer! Thank you guys all so much for tuning in to watch me stream Phoenix Wright tonight. I had a really good time doing all these stupid voices for your amusement, and I hope they were amusing to you as well. I would, as ever, especially like to thank those of you who were able to donate today. AK, and my beautiful girlfriend, and Standard Hunter, and ZJ Mack, and Maddox Kent. Thank you guys all so much. I'll be back tomorrow, so expect more Phoenix Wright then. Until then, please, what is she not doing to Kay back there? Until then, please, enjoy your evenings, and see you later. Bye-bye for now. Bye.